Welcome, everybody. I call this meeting of the Hillsboro School Board to order. Our first agenda item is welcome. We're setting the stage for the school year, and that's Travis, and some slides and a video.
Thank you, Vice Chair Watson. Thank you for leading today's meeting. Try to turn this on. We got a lot to cover today, so I'm going to talk fast this morning and just welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. Welcome back from summertime. Kristen Miles is here with us today to do a professional development for the morning, but I've gotten good the last couple of years in the stage and taking a minute to welcome the group and get everybody's head back in the game after a long rest this summer. So we'll start this morning with a welcome from Chair Katie Ryan, who's in California taking a kid to college. So she made a cool video for us, and we'll watch that to get us started today.
Hi, everyone. The board retreat this year because I'll be moving my recent Liberty grad into the residence halls at Cal Poly. It's an exciting time for my family, and the new school year is an exciting time for all of us. We feel energized about new projects, new roles, and anticipate the positive impact that we can have on public education. I'm extremely proud of how professional, functional, and respectful our board is, and I anticipate that today's agenda will help set the stage for another productive year for us as we reflect on our own evaluations, discuss new policies, and get a picture of where HSD is at this point in time with our metrics and initiatives. Many thanks to Cabinet and staff for all the preparation that went into making today's retreat happen, and thanks to my Vice Chair, Mark, for running the meeting today. I also hope that Mark and Jessica can fill you in on some of the work that the Bond Political Action Committee has been doing this summer. As co-chair of the committee, I'll be looking for support from my board colleagues for bond advocacy in the coming weeks. I'll also look forward to sharing information with you at our next meeting about the time that I've spent this summer with legislators in our area, updating them about our school district. Thank you, as always, for coming to the table with your best work and best intentions, and have a great retreat today. Thanks, everyone.
So it's really hurting Katie to not be here with us this morning. So she's going to be watching this play-by-play on video. So if everybody could just really quickly say, good morning, Katie.
Good morning, Katie.
Good. So I'll just spin us through really quickly some summer celebrations and then some recentering us on our leadership priorities, some of the things that I shared with our admin team during our kickoff priorities for the year. Summer celebrations. I want to recognize the incredible work that happened that made summer school a success for students and families this summer. Our summer school included high school credit attainment, our bilingual enrichment program, which had a jump start for incoming kinders embedded within it. We had early literacy programs and internships and scholars coming back to us to work for the summer. Shout out to departments who hosted student interns this summer. We had CTE camps, extended school year, so that students could continue meaningful engagement in school, be supported academically, and also maintain strong partnerships with families. Some images from this summer. Our high school sites all hosted credit attainment where students were able to get on track or be on track to graduate. I'm looking forward to summer graduation, which happens tomorrow night at Hidden Creek. The bilingual enrichment program wrapped up an outstanding summer program and got a lot of recognition this summer. Some of you were there to see that as an Oregon state-funded summer program, we hosted cameras, folks from the Oregon Department of Education, you as school board directors, parent advisory committee members who help inform what our summer program looks like. Thank you for those of you who visited those programs to see. ODE and our PAC leaders were also invited to opportunities to see our early literacy program and work-based learning program like the Falcon Farm. Our early literacy program had a family engagement night which showcased student work with their parents in the games literacy with the students who are enrolled in the summer program. There were raffles, big family event for students who got an extra boost in literacy over the summer. So special shout out to our transportation and nutrition services and facilities crew. Their behind the scenes work ensured that students had safe transportation, great meals, a welcoming environment, everything they needed to thrive during our summer program. This afternoon, Beth and Brooke are going to give you an update on our progress toward meeting our strategic plan goals. Here's a sneak preview. We're making progress in our big goals overall, and we still have work to do with our focal groups, which is why we have focal groups. Our strategic plan and our school improvement plans, as you know, keep us rowing in the same direction, much like the Norwegian football fan. Thanks for laughing at my joke. Our focus on accountability has to be stronger than ever this year. This is something that I really reinforced with our leadership team as we kick off. Good morning, Nancy. And I've worked with this summer, for example, Chair Ryan and former Chair Erica Lopez and I went to the Chamber of Commerce to talk about our bond. And my first statement to the group was, hey, you all read the newspaper and you've seen this news about public school and how our scores are low and all that. Economists in the state of Oregon are blaming schools for the woes of the Oregon economy. And so at the chamber, I said out loud, hey, let me tell you some data from HSD that counteracts the messages that you might have been hearing in the media. And that was really well received. And I want to thank this board for your focus and advocacy on accountability here at the board level. We do it as administrators in HSD. I am able to share really positive messages about HSD as I'm out there in the community this summer. Tomorrow I'll be meeting with the West Side Economic Alliance and talking about the narrative about public education. While we aren't growing in every single metric in our strategic plan, we have closed opportunity gaps. Our grad rate is incredible. We have a lot to celebrate and to feel encouraged about that our work is in the right direction in HSD. And before we move on today, I want to tell you just about some priorities that we've set as a leadership team in HSD. These are simple. Serve kids, stay focused. Pass a bond, stay focused. Get equitable funding in schools, we'll stay focused on that too. And then reinforce a culture of service and collective efficacy. So I want to say a couple words about that too this morning. Focus areas in serving kids this year are the same as they have been the last several years. Core instruction, standards-based grading, math adoption, iReady implementation for interim assessments. Thank you for supporting of interim assessments that are multilingual in the state of Oregon, and that'll be a big focus area, remain a big focus area for us in HSD this year. We'll continue to forge a sense of belonging and restorative culture within our social emotional learning work. We'll continue to scaffold language across the curriculum, as well as focus on academic discourse and writing with our focus on language. Yesterday, we met our new teachers to HSD and hosted them at Quality Ridge Elementary School, and I did my sheltered instruction lesson and let them know a huge priority for the Hillsboro School District is scaffolding language everywhere all the time. And I think that resonates with every generation of teachers coming into HSD. So core, SEL, and language are our focus areas, and that's what we do to serve kids in HSD.
We're all sort of invited to that teacher gathering. All the board members are invited to that, and if you ever get a chance, I could personally works on, usually the chair or vice chair does a welcome, but they will say hi to everybody. And if you get there early, what Travis's language scaffolding, so if you have a chance to be there, you would really love it. I've been there for a couple of months.
That's a good conversation. Swerving from our vision to know value and empower the student. Activate the assets of students and staff and families and community to create pathways for all of our kids. Second area of focus for this year is to pass a bond. Our admin team is now spun up on the bond presentation and the materials. We'll be educating all staff about that moving into next month. It'll be important for staff and teachers and community members to see what's in it for them, like ventilation and air conditioning, new technology, specific details about playground improvements and accordion wall replacement. The details now matter a lot when we talk about what's in this bond, and it'll be important for all of us to be ambassadors for our bond moving forward. Each of you as directors has access to our PowerPoint, and you've been involved in presentations already, understanding what the scope of our bond is. I want to share appreciation with Chair Ryan and Vice Chair Watson and Director Hardin Mercado and all those who have built the pack and the energy around informing our community and advocating and getting endorsements for our bond. Way to go. That has a ton of momentum going into the school year. Getting equitable funding for schools in Oregon. You've read the headline. I had a meeting 2 weeks ago with the superintendents of the biggest 10 or 15 school districts in the state of Oregon, and we're really trying to consolidate what it is that we're asking for public schools in Oregon, and we're going to land on some version of an ask for comprehensive modernization of the school funding formula in K-12. I've already worked with Chair Ryan on how to talk about the poverty calculation and sped cap and high cost disability with our elected officials. We also have to address unfunded costs to us like PERS liability. We need to support our retirement system in Oregon. We all need to retire one day, but we also have to account how to pay for these things. Dollars flowing to classrooms and teachers and kids. Beth is going to be supporting us with a legislative advocacy draft as we move into next month, but the priorities may be pretty simple and narrow this year. It's likely that we'll coalesce around some sort of legislative advocacy platform around modernization of the formula, including the things like poverty calculation, sped cap, and high cost disability that affect all districts, and relief from mandates like PERS and paid leave, which are good programs, but the costs were not accounted for when they were started. Some of those things like PERS started way before any of us at the table. And then accountability, saying, we got this. We are highly accountable in HSD. We're highly accountable across schools in Oregon. Now we need to revisit the question of what we need to do for those things. So again, a theme for me is clarity and unity on this year. I think this is having a shared advocacy platform is a value of school board leaders that I'm talking to and superintendents that I'm talking to across Oregon. And then finally, we're living within a culture of divisiveness and at times increasing violence. And I'm discouraged when I see what's happening in the discourse and also just in our community with the civic discourse or lack of it. Currently, we have polarization and scarcity of resources, this us versus them thing going on. And so here's what I'm urging leaders to consider doing this year. Humanize yourselves and ourselves in the role that we play. Y'all are volunteer board directors. We're staff members who used to be teachers and counselors and now school administrators. Put a human face on that for our community. Remind friends and colleagues and community members that what service to kids looks like. We serve kids in our community, and that's really noble work. It'll serve us all well if we have a message of solidarity and service to kids. We should tell the story of the budget cuts and what's happening with lower enrollment and lower staffing levels. We should tell about the importance of passing a bond. We should tell about the importance of accountability in Oregon for schools. We should tell about the importance of advocacy at the legislature. If someone's confused about what we're focused on, we should refocus our focus areas: core instruction, social emotional learning, and language scaffolding for all kids. So as we go into passing a bond and advocating for school legislative session and everything that's going to happen this year, I just want to lean back on our culture of collective efficacy, the way we do business here in HSD, and that'll sustain us. My big themes for the year are unity and clarity. Let's try to keep focused with all the noise that's happening. With that, welcome back, and I'm going to turn over all the rest of the morning to Kristen Miles, who's here from OSBA to facilitate professional development for us this morning. So thank you, Kristen, and thanks Mark and Katie for having worked with Kristen to frame up what we do today.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. Very nice to see you again. So this morning, during my portion this morning, we also have a lot to cover. So I will try and keep us moving along, and I promise you we'll have a break in the session that I'm doing as well. So we're going to start out with wait. I get
I think we need to go back. And, if you could get us to the next slideshow, which I think would be the
There we go.
slideshow.
All right, thank you. So we're going to start out with the self-evaluation you all took. We're going to look at that data. We're going to talk about what your thoughts were. I brought an analysis, and the most important thing that you can do when looking at a board self-evaluation is set some goals. It's nice to say, hey, we did this, but it doesn't really mean anything unless you walk away with something to think about and to do. And when I say set some goals, I mean very specifically to the board. as in professional development, your behaviors, your operations. I know you've got a lot to do and to think about with respect to your strategic plan and other things going on. And we're also going to look at your behaviors and characteristics, because research shows that when you do that self-reflection and make change because of that, you will move the needle on student outcomes. So we'll just start. Oh, whoops! How did that get hit? We'll just start from this quote by Kuz and Posner, that are well-known researchers in this realm, in the board development realm. Leaders know that it takes partners, not just followers, to succeed. And I know that when you all think about your leadership in the district and in the community, you're thinking about partners, right? Not just thinking about like a top-down thing, but I know this board enough to know that you are interested in that partnership and that collaboration. And so I like this quote, just to start out with this. So you've all got in front of you the self-evaluation. It's a long document, but you can look at it pretty quickly. And what I want to do is, I know I sent this to you yesterday, but I'm guessing that not everybody had a chance to take a look at this. So would everybody like just a couple of minutes to flip through it and take a look at it with some questions in mind? Did you all have an opportunity to look at it already, or do you want a couple of minutes? A few minutes. A couple of minutes? Okay, great. So as you look at this document, what I would like you to consider are these questions. And the last one we will answer later, but just keep that in mind. I'd like to talk about what you observe about the data. So just observations and in the first pass, not interpretations for these questions yet, because I'm going to ask you, what did you see? It's easy to start to try and make meaning, but I want to ask first, what did you see? And then, what meaning do you make? Do you have questions that you would like to pursue, like questions for your colleagues, or just general questions about looking at the data and what you see? And then just keep in mind, we're going to do that goal setting piece last, but what do you want to do with that? So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to look at this. Answers can be quick. They don't have to be deep. Just looking at that sort of first thought. Oh, and I'll just say straight out, I apologize for the cutoff key at the top. We are working with our data producer on this, but so the first one there is supposed to be accomplished, and that's in green. So when you see green, that's accomplished. You can see effective, developing, and then the red is ineffective. So we can keep talking about that, but keep that in mind. Couple more minutes to go through.
Just to remind me of what the red was supposed to be.
Ineffective.
Ineffective, that's right. Okay. As I said, this is a quick flip through. We will get deeper into the report, and we'll have a chance to look at
some individual questions, because as I bring the analysis, I also note where I'm seeing themes and what is. So just as you looked quickly through this, what did you observe? Just observations.
The overall positivity.
Overall positivity. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
6 or 7 board respondents.
Mm-hmm.
So we almost got everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that we are observing. What's the observation? Very few polished. I didn't put polished for a lot, and all of us realized work to do. So, I noticed my perspective of that sort of reflects that.
Yeah. Anything that you had time to sort of make, like as you're looking and you're seeing things, and I think we're already sort of getting there that, not a ton of accomplished, like reflecting work to do, which is good. Developing is not a bad thing at all. Anything else that you sort of saw and thought, I bet this means this, or I feel like this means this?
I think the ones that I noticed, there was like more yellow or red. Some of those maybe is more work individually as a board member to the board as a whole. Mm-hmm. Like board members partner with community and educational organizations. Like who has been doing it, who hasn't, but schedules, like there's not, it's not a negative thing. Observation in general.
Great, thank you. Anything else that you felt like you could make?
My last comment is that it is consistent with and how we function.
Yeah.
So there were almost no surprise.
Right. Not a whole lot of wide variance.
Yeah.
We will look at where that took place, but there's not a lot. It is, consistent. Any questions that popped up for you at this point as you looked at the data? There'll probably be more.
Between accomplished and effective.
Yeah, that is a question of calibration at times, but accomplished usually means like we do this consistently all of the time. And like maybe this is an area of or something that we are really solid in. And effective is we do this really well, and it doesn't reach the level of super model performance, but it is a good thing. Thank you for asking us.
I'd say an observation and question, verification, whatever. What page is this? 13. I know it's from yesterday too. All yellow. Or a little question about the board regularly establishes performance goals, which is why you're here, right? Like literally,
yeah, exactly.
It's something that I think our board has. Maybe since I've been here, maybe it's my fault because it's been since I've been here. But like the establishing of our goals and doing all that kind of stuff has been something that has been. Mm-hmm. Work in progress, and I think everybody responded and realized that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, that was an interesting one, and I will say, like, when I do these, for the first or even second time with boards, the questions that are usually developing or ineffective are, we take a self-assessment and set goals from that, and one would expect that. Any other questions you have at this point? Okay. And then just be thinking, what do you want to do with this? Because I bring you some draft goals, and because that's easier and more time efficient than just saying, what do you want to do with this, right? But those will be yours to tailor in the end. Okay, so this is just a summary page. You've looked at that. That's what that looks like. You've got a lot of blue in there, a lot of effective. And then, like I said, some areas of developing, which is not a bad thing. It means that you recognize there's work to do, and a lot of times goals are set in those areas. So I get the numbers on this, and I get a report that crunches the numbers. And so in order, the way that you rated your performance on this was your overall strength, the strongest one being standard 11, which is board member conduct, ethics, and relationship with the superintendent. Those are your roles and responsibilities. That's what we teach when we come out and do governance and management and those kinds of things. How do you have that collaborative relationship with each other and with your superintendent? That you felt was the strongest. Second was culture and climate. And we'll go through these in a minute. And standard 1, vision-directed planning. So what do those things mean according to the research? And I'll read these out loud too, it's kind of small. According to the research and to these 12 standards of balanced governance that we operate through. So board member conduct, ethics, and relationship with the superintendent, I already explained that. You have a clear role. You work with your superintendent through that, and you do team building with each other and the superintendent, and also really strive for that collaborative relationship. Culture and climate. You're creating a culture of expectations that all students can learn at their highest level for themselves as individuals. You foster a positive and safe learning environment. You are modeling that and expecting that in the district. It doesn't cut off the last part, the board models and establishes. But that is about your leadership. That is about that culture and climate piece that filters out from the board. So when you are expecting and establishing that leadership model, then that impacts the rest of the district because it reflects your expectations and your way of operating and your willingness to do so. And finally, vision-directed planning. You're engaging your community and staff in that vision focus on what do we want for students and being able to articulate that, being willing to work on that. You ensure that the mission and the strategic goals are reflected in your planning, in your policy making, and then to the extent possible, allocating your resources to support that vision and expectations. Any questions on those big things? Because we can move to then the specific strengths that showed up. And so what I do is I look through the document and try to form relationships between some of the questions. So when you identify your specific strengths, some of those they're not duplicative, but they have relationships with each other. And so I'm trying to crystallize themes. And I will say that for yours, there's not a ton of 4 questions that all had the same relationship with each other, but there are a couple that I was able to combine into sort of a bigger theme. One is just one question, that you model relationships built on trust and respect. And so when I'm looking through these, looking at specific strengths, I'm looking at your self-reported highest rated ones. So that was one. And then able to pull out a little bit of a theme from these two, that you understand your roles relative to the superintendent roles, and then you all respect one another. So here we are still in that standard 11 about roles and responsibilities. You clearly feel really strongly about those pieces. And then representing the interests of the entire district, and you're not using your position for personal gain. So that's important, right? You're not using this board position as just a stepping stone to somewhere else, that you are here to represent the interests of all the students in the district and the entire district. Questions on any of those or thoughts that pop up? So now we're going to look to your self-identified areas of improvement. Standard 10, innovation and creativity, was one of those that it looked like you, by the numbers, you were rating as needing some improvement. Accountability was the next one, and then being a learning organization was the third one. Go through what those mean as well. So, innovation and creativity. Right, this is, you're looking at how do we do things differently? How do we look at seemingly intractable problems and think about them differently, or bring in partners to help us think about them differently? Or how do we look at new problems in new ways? And So you're supporting that, not just in your own work, but what does this look like in the rest of the district? Supporting that different kind of thinking. I hate the term out of the box. I'm not going to say it, but like supporting that like different kind of thinking and encouraging collaborative partnerships and being able to take risks at times. Of course, measured risks, thinking about like when we're doing this, what might we be risking or testing, right? Things are calculated risks. But that piece looked like you wanted to work on a little bit. Accountability. So this is standard 4. It goes closely with standard 5, although you did not rate yourself as needing a ton of improvement on standard 5. But standard 5 is data. Standard 4 is accountability. How do you hold the system accountable for meeting its goals, for pursuing improvement? Like, what do you do? How do you monitor, essentially? And what this does not mean, if you put it in things we need to improve, it does not mean you don't care about this. What I took from that is that you may feel like you need to develop a better system or a more coherent system to hold the system accountable for progressing on the board's strategic direction. And so that work comes from the board. And then being a learning organization. So looking at, how do we look at continuous improvement? Are we fostering an environment of self-reflection, of professional development? Do we do that for ourselves? What is our expectation of that for the rest of the district? And also that belief that everybody can lead from where they sit. Even if that belief is in place, how do you encourage that then from the board? So those were, by the numbers, the places where you identified that you needed the most improvement. Thoughts or questions on that before we look at more specific?
The learning organization was standard 8, right?
Standard 8, yes. Okay, yeah.
That used to go and laugh. It's been a while. The things that, for me, if anybody wants to share how they felt that they were categorizing these concepts. I've been here a very long time. So for the 1,000 years I've been here, innovation and creativity has always been a balancing act for me, just because my private sector life, it was all about that. I had to invent new things and get them wrong. And we are dealing with people's most precious things, their money and their kids. I love a pilot project, but it's indefensible to go to a parent and say, we tried a thing with your kids and it didn't work. We're good, but we learned something. It's going to be better for everybody else. So the balancing act of innovation and creativity when you're dealing with such precious commodities is always something I've struggled with. So that's part of why I feel like it's, so I don't know about how much I think of it as the board needs to work on this, but I know it's something that I have to work on. And the accountability is, for me, it was more, again, like the board goals, things that we do together. I feel like with my personal, with the strategic plan, the specific targets, I feel like we do a pretty good job holding the district accountable to the goals. So for me, it's like accountability amongst ourselves a little bit. So that's just one person's perspective on why these are the things that are highlighted in this particular category for me.
I remember when I was taking the survey, when it came to this question, at least for innovation and creativity, I think the district is stellar. We lead the state in most CTE. I mean, you can't say we're not creative. We've created a life for students that doesn't exist for everybody. And we figured out how to do it in this district, and we've done it, or Cabinet has done it. And so let's be clear, Cabinet and Superintendent have pulled that off. Nothing short of a miracle and should be applauded at every time. But when I was thinking about this, I was like, I'm not sure we as a board are all that creative. And then I struggled to understand what that might look like. Because I also look at it from a state level and look at my OSBA board, and to be very honest, creativity is not the thing we strive for. And I've come to that conclusion. And once I did, then I understood what our job was. It helped me to understand I'm not so concerned about our creativity here. What I am making sure is that the cabinet has the leeway to be as creative as they can for the students, and our job is to support them. So I'm just not sure what it means for us to be creative. Like, I thought it was cool when we came up with the mini sessions. That was creative. I think that was your idea. That wasn't us. But we fell into it, right? And then us having these mini sessions and us getting together and knowing how to creatively communicate without creating meetings, I think is creative. But that's not what that had to do with. At least for me, it wasn't at all. Cabinet, yes. Us, because that's not our job. Our job is to support what the cabinet creates. Every time Brooke brings a group of people and new curriculum and all the things, our job is to support that because she's vetted it. That's the thing. So I'm not sure what that is really supposed to be.
I'll go yes and, because like I love everything you said, and like the official board, like the governance, budget, hire superintendent. There's not a lot of room for creativity.
Exactly.
Probably shouldn't be a lot of room for creativity in those activities, right? We shouldn't be getting too creative with governance. But I do say yes. I think everybody here is proud of HSD and the way Travis and his team have pushed the limits on what we think is possible and capable for our students, and like the apprenticeship program, all of the things that we do. We are a very innovative district by comparison to the rest of the state.
And I think what you're giving examples of that support is really that, because I really appreciate pointing out that the board's job is not to get into the weeds and be like, well, have you tried this? Have you tried this? Have you tried this? But when we think of board, and also you're correct in that all of this was meant to reflect on the board and not on the district, right? Every question started out with like the board. And so I appreciate that communication as well. But when we think about districts that are not, or boards rather, that are not creative and innovative, they might not be supporting those ideas that come from staff, right? There may be sort of an entrenched belief that no, we need to do what we have always done. We can't take that calculated risk. We can't take the newest research and say we need to apply this. There's the idea of adopt, adapt, and abandon. Right? Like, we strategically abandon things that were not working, and that's creative, right? Like, if we're hey, this was working, we need to adapt it a little bit. This is a thing that we really believe is gonna move the dial for students. We're gonna adopt that. And this over here, we're not gonna have a sunk cost fallacy. We're going to strategically abandon these things. And when the work comes to you that has been so well done by your staff, do you support those things in moving those directions? That is the innovation and creativity that the board can hold, and not just like, I don't think so, I'm not super, comfortable. Like, even if there's all kinds of reasons to move forward, can a board do that and flex and then have the results that you do? So I don't know if that helps at all, but it is to be in that position of support where you are willing to go along with. And, how can we support that through policy, through budget, in those roles?
That makes sense to me. And then I think always, Jessica, sorry, Jessica, I love you. Because she brings a lens that none of us have. She taught. So she'll say something and, Mark and I might be looking at each other, or Yvette and I might be looking at each other like, okay, valid. We don't have that. That's the key. If there's a creative innovation behind that, it's because we have a voice. We have other voices, right? And so that's the part that I think that we do well. Mm-hmm. And so as far as innovation, no. Our job is to support Brooke. Every time she brings a program, if you vetted it, if you think it's good, hey, let's move. If Travis is out in the community and something comes up and he says, hey, we ought to do X, Y, Z, and we consider it, and then we move. And that's kind of how we work.
And this is we've set a lot of time for Kristen, and this activity, like, we like to talk about stuff. It's just kind of board we are. So that's what this is for us to reflect, get to know each other a little bit better, keep working on our relationships, how we get better as a board. And it's no surprise to me. I think it says a lot about who we are, that we didn't have a lot to say about what we're doing well. Yeah, great, keep doing that. And we get to needs improvement, like, how do we get to work on that?
And it's really important also to recognize your strengths and to look at areas of improvement through the lens of strengths, because I don't think we spend enough time. And Mark, you were just kind of pointing this out, like, okay, how do we do continuous improvement? And it's really good for a board, for anybody, to say, I'm going to stop for a minute and say, what do we do well? That's really important. That's motivating, and we need to focus on our strengths, like just intellectually as well.
Just if I put my educator hat on, I think this is exactly where we want even our teachers to be, is in this space. This is a space I feel where you're refining and you're being reflective of your teaching and your students, your community, and you're being creative, but creative also doesn't mean like far out there.
Yeah.
It means that you're meeting your students where they're at. It means that you are not so stuck on how you do things and you've done things the same way every single time. Like, you're willing to take a risk per se, and again, it's nothing big, but a risk per se is like not your usual. It's not the status quo, because you know it's right for your students. And so that's kind of where I see where we're at. And I go back to something you said about systems, and I think that's what I feel is like, do we have a system of like before we make decisions? And we haven't had a lot of those moments, I feel, but I'm sure we will, where when we have to make a decision, is are we pausing to really look at our journey that brought us here? Who is this going to impact? I always go back to our equity guiding had, whose voice is missing. We have all those pieces. I think the accountability is, we have all those pieces. Are we making sure that we stick to those pieces and that we continue to engage the people that need to be engaged, and asking ourselves whose voice is missing, and then willing to take a risk per se when it feels like we're too stuck on status quo. And I think this is exactly where I would want my teachers to be if I'm coaching, because it means that they understand the vision, they understand where we're going. We just need to refine here and there.
Thank you. So if we look at then sort of the specific areas of improvement, this was interesting because all of the ones that I'm going to show you are sort of standalone. I did not find a ton of relationship between within the ones that you self-identified as needing some improvement. So I'm going to show you 4 of them that I pulled out as the lowest ranked. One is that you develop community relationships to improve student learning and opportunities for students. So that was one of the lowest ranks. The board regularly establishes performance goals for itself. Mark already pointed this out. Those are all developing, question 33. The board has a process to review policies for cultural responsiveness and bias. Rated that a little lower as well. And the board creates and pursues opportunities to learn about research-based strategies that ensure continuous improvement for the next generation of learners. I feel like, as you've been talking about that innovation and creativity piece, that might be what that centers on, is that, those opportunities or looking at what's being brought to you, looking at that continuous improvement through the research-based strategies. Now, are you going to dive in and do that research yourself? No, but this is what you rated yourself a little lower in. Thoughts about these specific things at all?
I think the community relationship part is a very fine line for each of us. Let me define that. I started out being very reserved with the Black Village because I had to be careful to not bring a board presence to a PAC meeting. So it took me out of the loop. That's a fine line, but it's an important distinction that I have to do so that the group can function. But the very group that I helped found, I can't participate in. That makes a difference. Or if we all deal with things and we all meet people head on. And I got to tell you, if we're going to have a meeting, we got to have it at Costco on a Saturday, because apparently we can get right there and they will tell you exactly how they feel. And it's interesting how many opportunities that come. So I think that is it's something that we could probably talk about. I think we have a little strength that we didn't have before with Jessica's presence, because she now has because she knows the teachers, right? I mean, of course, Cabinet does, but she knows them because she was one, right? So that makes a difference. We didn't, quote unquote, have it. We sort of do, we sort of don't, I don't know. Now, Mark has been around a while, so he has long relationships. God bless you. You know I love you. So I think it's just something that we could probably talk about and that we could figure out. I think Katie has the right idea, reaching out to certain people in the community. And I don't know. I think that if you ask the community that question, they would probably have a problem with that. Probably because we invite them to say what they want to say, but we won't respond. We do that on purpose, right? So that they can be heard. At the same time, what they really want is a fight with us. And we're not up for that, because we don't believe that that's efficiency, and we shouldn't. So I don't know. I struggle with that one. But I think it's a fine line. I think that we could all probably use some conversation about it. Yeah, we could probably improve it, but the question is how. That's a very fine line. How do we still maintain? We can't even get together and hang out because somebody might think we're having a meeting. That's difficult. So there's some restraints that I think that have to be acknowledged when we talk about community relationships, even our relationships. You know, if I share a text with Mark, then I got to be careful that Katie's not on it. And then if we happen to reach, then we just blew it. We just had a meeting. Like, that is, to me, the fine line that most people miss, that most people don't understand about the very jobs that we're volunteering.
And I think what you described, though, is exactly what this is asking, is that you are developing professional community relationships outside on your own personally, right? So I think when we come together, that makes our work better because we each have professional relationships outside of here. I think when we start to get in spaces where that can get rocky, then that could in turn impact the work that we do, if that makes sense. So the choice of, holding boundaries or not engaging in certain spaces because that that's going to, make your relationships not professional, then I think that's what we should all be doing, is being mindful of how we engage outside in the community, and that we're always making sure that we're being professional or that we're having professional conversations, because it comes back to improving student learning and opportunities for our students. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
On that final one, the Q56 or whatever, like, to me, that feels to me like a board job, not board job question. So for me, like, there's somebody in the district hired to do it, it's not a board job. I feel like there is somebody in the district hired to learn about the research-based strategies and ensure standards improvement it's somebody's job to do that. Mm-hmm. And the board side of that is to hopefully allow them to have the freedom to do that and, ensure that our superintendent's not going home on Friday night wondering if he's going to get fired before Monday. Right? So creating an environment where people feel empowered to do the things that are their job. So I don't know I don't know that I believe the board needs specific improvement on that thing, because I don't know that that's our job.
And I think in that case too, it's, do you make space for it? when it's available, right? Do you have a work session about something that the district is like, hey, I really believe that if we pursued this, and we would want the board to make a decision on this at some point. So please listen to us as we talk, right? Because the opposite of that is the board does not make space to, I'm not saying you do, I'm saying the opposite.
No, but I get what you're going, and I don't think that's what this is. I don't think that's what we are.
Right.
We tend to make space. Well, if Audrey says, hey, I found out that in 45 other states, and oftentimes they're the ones who do the research. I mean, it's not in her job title, God bless her, Audrey Brooks, but that's exactly what they do. They'll bring it to us. We ask the question, they do the research, and they come to us and say, blah, 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 it's happening in other states, and because it's relevant to what we do. So I'm with Mark. I'm not sure my job is to do the research-based stuff.
And it's not. And this question is getting at, do you make space for it? Yeah. Okay. I will keep us moving a little bit. So I get a report that you don't get, which is a congruence report. Because in addition to how you rated yourself, it's also important to look at where were you on the same page and where were you not? Regardless of the rating, where did you all sort of coalesce and say, this is what we think in general? So looking at specific areas of congruence and incongruence, the level or the standard that you agreed on the most was standard 5, using data for continuous improvement and accountability. You all were sort of on the same page as far as how are we doing here. And the area of most disagreement was effective leadership. How do you demonstrate leadership on the board, in the community? That didn't have a ton of agreement. And so I'll show you then specific areas, like the specific questions that indicated incongruence. And that may be worth a short conversation in and of itself. The only things I pulled out from here, although there's one that I will show you that had a lower rating, but the 2 questions I pulled out from here are the ones where there was green, blue, yellow, and red in them. Sometimes that's a calibration conversation. This is how I read this. And sometimes it's this is my experience because maybe I haven't been on the board very long, I haven't seen this cycle yet, or I just don't believe this is the experience. So looking at that first one, question 24, board members understand and are knowledgeable about school improvement initiatives and their role in supporting those initiatives. That was the whole rainbow of ratings. And board members partner with community and educational organizations to remove real and perceived barriers to creativity and innovation. So we're back to that innovation discussion. What does that mean? And I'm guessing that might be a little bit of a calibration conversation because there was some discussion on what does that mean. And just to pull out other questions with one ineffective rating in them, and maybe not all 4 colors, but question 26, the board self-reflects and makes change. Question 30, the board has systems to encourage strategic goals. So again, it's already kind of come up that that maybe there is a desire to look at systems that you have, right? And it's generally monitoring systems, right? It's not getting in there and doing the strategies that the district has. It's how do we monitor and create the systems that help staff to pursue these goals, or that we can monitor them. So those were the ones that showed the whole rainbow of thoughts, and wonder if you have any thoughts or questions about those. So, and we can look at these later when we talk about goal setting. So we're going to now move into what do you want to do with this information? Again, I'm going to say a few more things, and then I'm going to show you some draft goals that I came up based on this data, but then that'll be your opportunity to really sort of dig into what do you want to do with this information. So as I looked at your strategic plan, I saw your circles, and I just want to sort of ground what do you want to do next in those. I saw student learning, I saw instructional effectiveness, and I saw empowering infrastructure as those circles of work that you are looking toward as pillars of your strategic priorities. So I took from this as an overall general story that the board has a strong foundation of trust and respect. You have role clarity. You have a shared commitment to the district and students. It looks to me overall that an opportunity exists to become even more intentional about continuous learning, reflection, innovation, and however you want to describe that, and your own effectiveness as a governing body in whatever way that means. And again, as the conversation is sort of bubbling, I heard some things about systems. So that's what the data looks like to me. The real work is in the conversation and what you want to do with that. Also just want to connect a little bit to your superintendent's evaluation and his goals, right? So his goals are to develop and promote the bond and collaborate with you all in advocacy for K-12 within the next legislative session. So your goals are not going to be necessarily his goals, but it's also good to make sure that that all of these are somehow related, right? Like when you all plug into your strategic plan and that work, you have a different role than your superintendent and staff, but all of this work, his goals, your strategic plan, how you want to operate, that is, I always see that as like the wall socket, and everybody gets to plug into that. So just wanted to remind you, you're going to be evaluating your superintendent on. Okay, next, and I know you all have this, well, you don't all have this. So I'm going to read through these. So I came up with 4 possible goal areas. I don't want you to adopt 4 goals. At most, I would encourage you to adopt 2, depending on the workload underneath each one of them. But as I look at the data, so I try to come up with a goal and a measurable action. All of these are brought as drafts, meant for you to look at fit, look at appropriate action within your role and to tinker with, or just say, Kristen, I don't like any of these. We're gonna, pursue a different area. That's great. So what I came up with was establishing a board performance cycle to look at your leadership and governance. So what this says is by whatever date, the board will establish an annual cycle for assessing its effectiveness as a board and identifying specific improvements in board practice. You may be doing that today. So, but within that, there's more to it than that. So a measurable action would be each year to identify 2 to 3 aspects of your governance practice to examine specifically, such as the quality of your deliberation, your strategic focus, your decision-making, your follow-up, and then commit to specific actions for improvement and revisit them during the year. And generally, that also requires you to build that reflection into your board agendas, right? Because in order to be monitoring on a consistent basis, we have to commit to that in a way that it's kind of written down, right? That like we're putting that into our agendas. And so choosing what you want to look at and when you want to look at that would be one goal. Draft 2 would be to strengthen your role in strategic accountability, because that was one of those, again, I'm hearing systems. By X date, you will refine your approach to monitoring district priorities so that you are consistently focusing on whether strategic initiatives are producing the intended results for students. So essentially creating a monitoring system that may be more specific than what you have right now, or may even be a little different, depending on your level of satisfaction with what you have. An action could be, for each strategic priority, establishing clear expectations of what you need to know, how often you will review progress, and what evidence would then prompt you to ask for further inquiry, adjustment, or a change in direction. Essentially, that's a fairly detailed monitoring plan. That's the first 2. I'll show you the next 2, and then we can flip back and forth depending on what you want to discuss. So 3 would be developing a governance approach to innovation, just kind of what we were talking about. So by X date, setting the conditions and expectations that allow your district leaders and staff to pursue, I flipped it for myself and not for you, to allow your district leaders and staff to pursue innovation and innovative concepts while maintaining your board oversight and accountability. So I think it starts to get to what is our role in our governance, but also how do we then take in and ensure that your folks that are doing the work have the flexibility to do that. An action below that could be that you would identify the questions that you need answered when considering innovative approaches, such as what problem are we trying to solve? What assumptions are we making? I love the assumptions question. Going into anything, identifying the assumptions that you're making is a very powerful conversation. What are we learning? What risks are involved? How will we know whether it is working? And incorporating those questions into board discussions. And then finally, building a more intentional governance agenda. So you could look at by X date, you're establishing an annual learning agenda that identifies the knowledge and perspectives that you need to strengthen your governance of emerging and complex issues facing the district. So what might an action be under that? Identifying 2 to 3 areas each year where your deeper understanding would strengthen your governance and intentionally build that knowledge through briefings, which I know you've got those many, what do you call them? Many sessions. Many sessions, thank you. Facilitated learning, presentations from your experts, site visits when appropriate, or other opportunities, and connect each learning priority to a strategic priority or to one of the board's responsibilities. You can also choose something from the incongruence report, although you didn't have a ton of that. So again, I can flip back and forth. If any of those resonated with you that you want to look more closely at, that felt really good, that you would want to tinker with, I can go back to the one slide. I can go back to the slide. What resonated, if anything?
Thank you for bringing these already flexible.
Yeah. No, it's not effective to just be like, what do you want to do, right?
I personally am really liking goal 2 and goal 4 because they're kind of similar, but not really. Like the goal 2 for me is a lot about like, before you even set the agenda, I'm sure that what goes on the agenda is important to be discussed. And are we also ready to ask the right questions? And are we looking at the right evidence, data, all of that piece? And then with goal 4 is the like actual stuff that's happening at that meeting, which I think is also very important, and they kind of support each other. But for example, for me, one thing that I was thinking that I really enjoyed so far is hearing like from our students, from our PACs, our parents. I think I would love to see more opportunities for staff, classified and licensed staff, to do the same, as to come and, share their perspective. And I know the district has done a lot with teacher leaders and different PLCs around the district happening, and I'd love to hear some of their voice in some of our goals and strategic plans. So I think goal 2 and goal 4 could kind of support that is, what role would teacher or staff voice fit in our strategic accountability? And then in turn, how can we fit that into our agenda? Is it through them sharing their experience, or is it an opportunity for them to, come to us with those innovative ideas, or I don't know. So I feel like for me personally, hearing from staff, goal 2 and 4 would help with that.
Back to, which is that accountability piece. Right. So what I hear you saying is, how can we incorporate when we think about building the agenda and then acting on the agenda, how can you incorporate more staff, more students, other voices into that, into that innovation and accountability conversation? Okay.
With those 2, yeah.
So thank you for saying what you said, because you completely dissuaded me from what I was going to say about number 4. I was going to say that that's the one thing that we do really well.
Which one, Nancy? Four?
Four. Let me explain what I mean. Rose puts together the entire agenda and like for the whole year. So we intentionally make sure that Audrey has enough time to bring in and Brooke has enough time. I mean, this is like, and even Beth has a part of that. So this is all scripted out intentionally, right? In advance. So that was one thing I thought about, like, well, what are we missing? Mm-hmm. And then when it comes to the curriculum and new classes, we make time. It's on this, we present it to the community. That's all done. So that's what I was thinking. And then you said, yeah, but we don't hear from the teachers and the classified staff. And I went, oh, I hadn't thought about that. How can we get them to work? How can we get Audrey and Brooke to bring them to tell more of that story? Because we got the PAC part down. Thank you, Francesca. We got them down, right? We know that when Saida needs to speak, she speaks. We know that part. But I don't know how to work in the teacher and the classified part. I would have never thought about that because I didn't know they wanted to tell us anything. So, okay, I don't know if we can. That's a pretty packed out schedule, but we probably should make an effort. So I'm glad you said what you said because I would have never.
For me, that's just an example because I know we have opportunities to hear from staff, but in my head, I'm thinking if we're talking about strategic accountability, if we have this goal of like, what is it that it will exactly help us? Like, what do we want to hear and who do we want to hear from? That will really help us understand the big picture of our goals. And we have that understanding of it, then it'll help Rose or our chair to really come up with a very intentional agenda. Like we're already talking about the bond, but what's missing? Whose perspective is missing? What additional learning do we need? So, which I know we do that, but again, it's more, I think, having that system and agreement that this is what we of and we know ahead of time. I think it'll make our questions better. I think it'll make just feel more prepared as we come in to hear something, that this isn't just new learning or same learning. This is because you wanted more perspectives from staff, we're going to bring you more perspectives from staff. Because you had this idea being floated around and we make sure we hear the why of it and we make time for that. Because yes, I would agree our agenda has been pretty packed and pretty great and intentional, I would say, but
I mean, in between, Seth and Travis, they bring in the experts that we need. That's always the thing, right? That we have the expert to have the conversation. And then in our mini sessions, we have everybody there so that we can have the conversation. So I don't know if there's more room to get that that teacher classified perspective, maybe we should intentionally do that. But that's the one I didn't think we had to worry about. It was the
intentional governance agenda.
Actually, it was number one, establish the board performance cycle. I thought we should probably do that. That to me is the easy thing to do, and we don't have one now. So that's what I thought we could go, yeah, we could probably do that and have some discussion, some intentional discussion.
This is us starting that to canonize it so that other boards know.
Yes.
Would kind of be a good idea, right? It feels like to me, if we're going to be setting examples for future boards, which is the thing we often do.
And give them the guidebook to move forward, But I thought that was easy, but I guess maybe that's not a good thing to say. I was looking for an easy win, sort of.
And I wonder if, to your point, Nancy, about goal number one, if also some of these things, because, I had examples of what do you want to examine? I mean, again, these are just examples, like your deliberation, your strategic focus, your decision-making, your follow-up, again, just examples. But if some of these pieces that you all were just talking about is how do we incorporate other voices? Like, if the system feels, there's a difference between saying, right, we have no system at all, we don't do this, we're going to do it. If what I'm hearing you say is we do really, because, robust information comes to us, the staff puts it together so beautifully. If there are pieces that we as a board could improve on, maybe we don't need whole goal number 4, but looking at those pieces that could be improved by you, the board, maybe that is your performance cycle. So looking at those smaller pieces of how do we incorporate staff voice? How do we incorporate student voice? We're going to pick, opportunities to look at that instead of saying, like we need to develop a system because you feel like, staff are already putting together for you really comprehensive picture of what's going on, that if there are smaller tweaks, it can fit into a broader goal of looking at how you gather information, what you ask for, what assumptions you're making, those kinds of things. That's just an idea. But
part of our performance cycle, I would love to see us. I want to know what the cabinet thinks about what we do. We put the cabinet on the spot all the time. They're always doing the thing. They're always giving us the information, answering the questions, and they work really hard. And so my question was, for half of this survey, I was like, boy, I'd be curious to know what the staff thinks, what the cabinet thinks about this. I would love to see what their results are for something like this, to get a different perspective. Because they're the ones that we have to empower. And that's great if we think we're empowering them, but maybe we're not and we don't know it. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, that's Travis's job to tell us if that's not happening, but they do have a legitimate point, and I kind of want to hear it. Maybe that could be part of maybe we could talk about or consider that being part of that cycle.
Yes, we've implied it a few times, but I've been here forever.
Stop.
In all that time, we've done it once. A 360 board evaluation, we did it once. And
was that the first term?
No, it was like 2019.
No, because I was here your second term.
Yeah, did you ever get? You haven't gotten 360.
You didn't do the 360 in my first term.
Yeah.
So it had to be in your first term.
First term. Sorry, I thought you said first time.
Oh.
No, yeah, it was first term. Maybe the second or third time we did a board evaluation, we did a 360, and I think some board members at the time thought it was not valuable. I found it extremely valuable. We did it was incredibly broad, like entire community. So there were hundreds of pages of stuff to read. Dipping our toe back into that and making a cabinet, that feels more manageable.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to know what the community thinks. I mean, personally,
they do it in the ballot box.
They do it in the ballot box. That's their job. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is that if, as we mature, as you guys mature in your terms, let's just say, you don't run again. Let's say I don't run again. Let's say she wins and Yvette doesn't run again. That means that we want to make sure that we leave the legacy pathway guide poles for them to do the right thing and maintain this relationship. It is so critical for the cabinet to do their job. That's what I'm concerned about.
I don't think it's every year, but 3 years, every 4 years, like that's feedback that you would have from other areas too. Like with every 2-year election cycle, 3 people or 4 people, and every 2 or 4 years, some people stay, some people don't. Like, what's the sort of cycle that would get us valuable information about how cabinet feels about it? If we do a 360, what's the cadence of a 360 that gets coverage in a way that somebody isn't being, if 4 people changed in May,
Right.
I wouldn't want to do it in September.
Right. Yeah, I think, an idea of like every 2 years in non-election years. Because then you're not doing it in the year that everybody switches over.
Yeah.
And we can do some looking at that to figure out just by term.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could figure out when that's a good time to do it. Because there's
Board election year?
odd.
Every odd election, every odd year.
Odd year.
is a board election.
Right. So there's 4 of us that just came on in 2025. Some reelected, some.
It was 3. I think next year's 4.
No, it was 4 of us.
Well, yeah, it was.
Katie, Jessica,
Okay.
me, and Mark.
So 27 will be 3.
Yeah, so it'll be 3.
Okay.
Yeah, and a bet.
Or you do it before the election in an election year, right? So that you've had a 2-year cycle, but like you look at it before folks switch it over. And so before May 1.
And I don't want to sidetrack us on the details, but what I was thinking was that's important enough for us to be able to spend some intentional time, and there's some easy wins on that for us.
Yeah, I would like to figure out a way to get a 360 component back in. Maybe not as broad as it was because people it was all valuable information, but reading 500 pages took a long time.
Yeah, I'd be interested in how that data was collated. Was it all
narrative,
qualitative? Okay.
Oh yeah, a lot of narrative. Some about how much you suck, some about how great you were. Yeah.
I think if we're going to go with goal 1, I could see how that connects with Travis's goal of collaborating with board members. So I think I like that idea, and I think if one of those aspects could be something that could help just kind of show how effective the work on his side has been and what we do with that information outside of it, or right. Second goal is collaborate for legislature stuff.
These are draft, and I'll be talking about them this afternoon, and hopefully, I think part of my deal is that you all support those goals as the ones that would show up on my evaluation. So that's just a sneak preview that Kristen gave you.
So, yeah, I think if that's going to be one of those goals, then I think it would be good to have that goal 1 be something that supports his goals in terms.
Yeah.
And are we finalizing the draft of the goal today, or are we like figuring out which ones we're going to focus on and come to something in the future about what the actual wording is?
So what I can do is so I'm taking notes as you talk, and if you are like narrowing down, hey, we'd like to focus on this, maybe we could add these things to what's already here, I can wordsmith a little more and send them back to you so that maybe they are closer to what you want to end up with.
So if we, for example, did goals 1 and 2 and incorporated 4, some aspects of 4. No, I only want 2 goals.
I mean, I'd love to hear from our other board members. It's just us kind of 3, but yeah, I'm okay with 2 goals.
The cadence of the calendar year, when do we normally adopt the board goals for the year?
We look at it this session and adopt it together.
Like the second meeting in September, maybe talk about them again. Final drafts at the board work session in September. All right, so the idea of like you have a bunch of notes about what we are interested in trying to figure out.
Yeah.
If you have those to us before the first meeting in September, we can discuss them and hopefully finalize at the meeting. How do people feel about that? Does that scare anybody? People like it?
Okay. What I will do is add some of these, this is my idea right now, to some of these elements that you're pulling out about looking at, what does cabinet think? How effective is your relationship with your superintendent? What role does staff, student voice play? I think what I will do is try and include those broader aspects into goal 1. And then if there's a systems aspect that those fit into, in what might be a combination of 2 and 4, I'll move those and send that back. That's
pretty good to me.
I'd love to hear from Patrick.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's why we're thinking if Kristen, let me go back to what Jessica start it out with. Kristen, thank you for giving us something to start.
Yeah, sure.
Zero is never a good thing.
I appreciate this information. I think I tended to a lot of the metrics in our evaluation rate our board perhaps more highly than the median. A lot of these things about measurement and subjective calibration, but I tend to look at it in my experience of surveying and considering other things and what's actually occurring and how, rather than simply against ideal. So I identify with what Jessica said. Goal 2 and Goal 4 seem particularly notable because they highlight intentional governance, accountability, and looping everything back to student outcomes. I think it may be a little bit of a not as popular sentiment, but I tend to sometimes be a tiny bit skeptical of things that feel a little bit too navel gazing or uncorrelated, entirely subjective. And so when I think about Goal 1, for instance, I don't have any issue with it, but I think my honest reaction is that by the nature, one of the things we love about having a 7-person board is we have different perspectives and slightly different values. And so we all are very much on the same page about a lot of broad strategic things. What would it mean to be exactly on the same page as the quality of deliberation or the speed of decision making? It may be natural for 7 different people to have slightly different expectations about what for them to be deliberating in a quality manner, what that would take. And I think that's not something that everyone needs to be exactly defining the same. So I don't know how. It's not immediately obvious to me what the exact measurement would be there or how that would directly relate back to student outcomes. But I think I also really appreciate what you said about voices of staff, especially frontline staff that are directly working with students. I think I guess it's been 5 years on the board, the most useful thing of that entire 5 years that we've done is when we were hiring our superintendent several years ago, we did a survey of community, but also of staff, and how they feel things are going in the district, what they feel the needs are, and getting that impact, that feedback from people actually working in the classrooms about their real lived experience of what they see. I would do that survey every year if I was, the dictator, but it was just so useful. And so I think any way we can find to get more unfiltered, direct feedback from people working is valuable. And I guess I'll close by saying, we all have our particular areas of interest and things we're very, very skilled at. And I particularly have an interest in following the research and the conversations that are happening nationally and internationally about education and what ideas are. So when we were talking about creativity and innovation, and also accountability and expectations for what the evidence the board wants to know in measurement, it made me think about a lot of times, or all of the time, I think, that our staff will come forward with a well-researched proposal and say, this is what we think the best way forward is, and that makes sense because these are professionals, these are extremely capable individuals, but there's not really that much saying, here are some different alternatives for the board to think about always. And I think that when I spend some time reading education debates in the news and in journals and trying to understand what are the conversations happening about what the best way forward. For instance, just off the top of my head, I was reading something recently about chronic absenteeism, how that's a challenge districts across the country are struggling with it. There's not one universally perfectly agreed solution. Different districts are trying different things with different policymakers and schools education have different perspectives about what is or isn't working. And sometimes I think that as a board member, that what I read about in terms of this multiplicity of serious perspectives, it's always reflected in when we get reports about what's happening in our schools. It can often feel like this is what we decided on, but I feel like trying to connect those two a little bit more in terms of these are really big issues, like really big, that very credible, thoughtful people are debating and discussing in great detail. And how do those, how have those been understood and digested by our team here? And so what are the different, are we thinking, well, we're going to try this for a year, and this is the reason why, but we also are keeping in mind that we might need to pivot to this. I think a little bit more of that might be also helpful to the board members.
And usually the casserole is baked, we don't see many of the ingredients by the time it comes to us, which is, that's what cabinet does. So, yeah.
No. I mean, on my part, I agree with a lot of the things that Jessica and Patrick have stated about getting the perspective of the educators who are on the front lines with our students every single day. I know the board does this too. We have this great environment. We have, our PACs and our admin and our students, and we get their perspectives of how our decisions are going to impact their day-to-day life at school. And, I think I got a little bit of a glimpse on questions people have when I was part of the farm and hearing their stories and things they experience every day, and everybody's experience is so different, and it gave me so much more understanding and knowledge on the decisions I want to get as informed as I can. So I completely agree with them on trying to expect it. So at least more information as we get. This is a organization, and we also don't want to add to people's workload to, a certain degree.
So I see the difference between goal 1 and goal 4 for me. Goal 1 is more like, what kind of questions are we asking when we're listening to questions? Whereas for goal 4 for me is, if we know that we're going to have staff come and present, what exactly are we asking staff to present about that's going to help us? So instead of being like, hey, we want you to present about your experience, that kind of keeps it like broad, which is fine. That's totally fine. Or you say, hey, we know that you guys participated in this PLC, and we want to know specifically about your experience in it, what you're taking away. Like, we're being more specific about that ask. Even with cabinet, I know cabinet spends so much time, with their presentations or thinking of which experts to bring in, but maybe they would also appreciate having more like, hey, they can present about all these things. What exactly do you need to hear? And then narrow the ask. It might help those presentations very specific in a good way, or maybe we choose like, we don't want you to present the data. We want you to give us the data, but we want you to actually just present the experience or something. So that's kind of where I see the difference, and where I see goal 1, I feel like it's a good one, but I just feel like that's also very individual, kind of like what Patrick was saying. Everyone has different lens that they bring in, or skills and experience. And so my questions are going to be very different than Mark's and my other fellow board members, whereas I feel like goal 4 is more like intentional about what we're asking in those presentations and those briefings and those mini sessions and so on.
And I think, and so as you are all talking and I'm able to more refine what I might put together for you, there's the goal 4 aspect of this is how we plan, this is what we ask for ahead of time, and then the goal 1 aspect is then how do we do it in the meeting? How are we looking at? And I think that is still good guidance, even if that is individual, and maybe that's sort of the point between goal 4, as a governing body, what are we asking for in advance to really best prepare our staff, and also to be thinking about strategically what are we looking for. And then in the meeting, because everybody comes with their multiple perspectives, and which is beautiful, right? If we only needed one perspective, we'd only need one board member, that we just have, to have sort of, you've thought about like, what am I coming in with? What are the things that like I am going to engage with while we get this? So there's sort of a whole board thing and the development of an individual board member piece still within the governance realm, but it allows sort of a focus on multiple aspects of your governance. Any other thoughts? You've all given me some really good notes and some really good guidance, which I always appreciate. I'm not walking out here going, I don't know what they want. So I appreciate that. Anything else on this piece before I offer a break and we dive into the second piece? Okay, thank you so much for your engagement on this. I think you'll end up with something that you have created that's really good for your development. Okay, how long of a break?
How long do you think we have left? So Haas, your people come at noon? How many slides you got left?
We've got some, but I mean, if we start at 10:45, we'll be fine.
Yes. So 10-minute break. We are in recess.
Yeah. So I was like, we just came out to get it together. Yeah. So this is like get it together. And you see, I prefer
We're back in order. Kristen got part 2 of her presentation for us.
All right, welcome back. Now we're gonna talk a little bit about effective meetings and some of the concepts and the processes in those. Again, if you've got questions, thoughts, comments, or whatever, related or unrelated, please feel free to stop me. Let's talk about those things. This is your time and not mine. So we'll talk a little bit about, just in general, what effective meetings look like. What are the components of those? Maybe. Uh-oh. Did I?
Still an effective meeting.
Okay, there we go. So, yeah, exactly. I'm giving a non-example. So, of course, we start effective meetings. We start them on time. I won't say end on time because as a board member, I know that doesn't happen. So really looking at, and we've already talked about some of these things today, are you looking at your strategic priorities? What is the focus of the agenda and the flow of time? You are wanting to protect your own time. You're wanting to protect staff time. You're wanting to protect community time. So when you're looking at, and I know you've got, Rose and Brooke that puts together the agenda? And Travis and, and then board leadership and, obviously you've got really functional agendas and it's always worth a look of, are they, in your mind, are they focused on strategic priorities and what is the flow of time? It's imperative that board members come prepared. So the greatest story I've ever heard from a board member is, well, I shouldn't say that, but back when this board member's been on her board a very long time, and back when they had paper packets that would come in, sealed envelopes, she said the worst sound you could ever hear at a board meeting is rip. Coming prepared, knowing what questions you're going to ask, and part of that is about preparing your superintendent for any big questions that you're talked about this before, but it doesn't mean you're not going to ask a question in public. It means that you give your superintendent opportunity and time to either bring the material or bring the person who is best speak to that, and then ask your question in public, and then the community gets to hear. Let's see. So I'm curious as to what your process is for board questions and discussion, what it looks like to manage airtime, right? Like we know from research that if, now some people speak more than others just naturally, and that's okay. If you're the quiet, I know you're the quiet, That's fine, as long as you feel like you're able to get information and ask your questions. But I wonder, do you have a process? Is it like everybody gets to speak first before anybody gets to speak second, or there's a time thing? I mean, there's often a process to ensure that, but I wonder, what is your process? Or do you have?
That is our process, but I would say it's more casual and less imposed.
Right.
Yeah, so I think my time as chair and vice chair, and when chair and vice chair try to go last, give everybody else time to speak first. And then, usually, as chair, you're trying to remember who's already spoken, make sure everybody has a chance to speak before somebody speaks again. But then also try not to derail an organically important conversation.
Sure. Yeah. Right. I mean, you can definitely weaponize rules if you have them, right? And then that sort of, harms relationships eventually. And so appreciating the structure of, we're going to operate in this way. And if there's something really important that, we need to weigh in on a little more, we're going to do that. So
I think it's fair to say a work session, sit around a table.
Yeah.
Different than
that's free flowing. Sure. Absolutely.
A little more structured, a little more formal.
Okay.
Add to what Mark just shared is, generally the chair and the vice chair will work with Travis and Rose
in advance
the planning meeting to talk about the upcoming agenda items and allot time. That we can and so there are times when we do that well and we fit, schedule. And then there are times when I think there are more robust conversations that happen, which then unfortunately kind of fail the rest of the agenda and needing to work in scenarios that happened in this last year, pushing back really important action items to future agenda or future meetings. And so I guess one of the questions I have for the group is, in the event that we want to have more conversation about a particular topic, do we as a board decide to say, let's talk about it at the next work session, or maybe schedule an additional work session, of course being mindful of cabinet's time as well and the involvement there. Or do we, at the expense of the rest of the agenda items, finish that discussion with really no end time for the sake of having robust board? I think I have a couple of opinions on it, but I would love to hear from Chris, from you, what you've seen maybe in other boards and how to navigate a lengthy discussions where I think there are probably topics we could continue to talk about for days on end if we didn't kind of put a cap to it.
That's to the board first. What's on that?
As we move forward, as the board evolves, I think that I think we have to be personally aware of airtime. I'm guilty because a lot of times what I think, I'll go, oh, well, I wonder if anybody else would think of that, and then I'll say it. To your point, though, we ought to be able to not table it, but put a pin in it and put it on the board in the parking lot and come back to it. I see us having those conversations a little bit more frequently. And I don't know that we have been as forthright in coming forth and saying, not done with this one. In the parking lot, we got to bring this back. And I think that's what you're getting to. We tend to stick with the schedule because we know that Rose has worked it out and we got to keep it and blah, blah, blah. But the truth is that she's right. We have a lot of conversations, and I think Travis feels it as well, when we're like, we need to talk about this a little bit more. So maybe we need to be a bit more intentional about what our parking lot is going to be and having one so that we know that we can talk about it.
I think a couple of things on this, and I actually are just have a slide on calling the question, but that's more of a formal rule thing. I think that there are times, I mean, I've experienced this myself, where, yes, you do get into something that has not necessarily been anticipated for a very long conversation, that I think that, there's a meeting management aspect to that, which is, can we agree to go 10 minutes over our allotted time? We also know if you've got your action items at the end of the meeting, and your meeting goes to like 11 p.m., nobody's thinking is really good at that point, right? And so you want to have, respect for all of the things that come after, staff, community, and the things that you are going to be asked to do and make decisions on. So there's that consideration. Also, I wonder if, and I've seen this, so the other part of the meeting management is circular conversations. Like if everybody's kind of saying the same thing again, there's that meeting for the chair to say, no, okay, I think we can wrap this up, or for somebody else to call the question, which I'll go into in just a second. If there's something where it's not circular, it's really substantive, like you all need to spend some time on this, often there can be, a collaboration in the moment with your superintendent and staff, which is, do we need to, move this to the next meeting, or can we have a work session on this if it really feels like there's something big? And that, that decision can be made in the moment because you can postpone an agenda item to another time, either indefinitely or to another meeting. That does take some balance, because sometimes the answer is, no, we need you to know about this and talk about it in the meeting. And then I would say, then how do you work that into, okay, but we're not just going to do this free flowing. We're going to spend another 15 minutes and we're going to be really focused in this, and then we're going to end and go on. So there's the sort of adaptive and technical aspects of that. But if it's like, yeah, we can spend a little time gathering more information or allowing you to prepare to talk, and maybe have, half an hour before our next meeting for a little work session or something like that. So a lot of it is sort of in the moment, depending on the urgency of when you need to talk about this and the meeting management aspect. Any other thoughts on that one?
Briefly, I think from my perspective, along with what's been shared, the board discussion is the most critical part of meetings, because the presentations we often read and review in advance, when they're shared, the meeting is more for the public's benefit. We already have studied those. So really the critical part is the discussion. I think I've led organizations in the past where we had to stick pretty strictly to Robert's rules because things were very contentious. But this board is prescribing the specifics here is not like that at all.
Thank you. We are back in session. Only 7 minutes late. Our next agenda item is an update on the immigration bills that passed in the state legislature.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. As I go over this information today, I want to assure the board of a few things. For the most part, our protocols that we have in place already in HSD suffice a lot of what is being required for the new House Bill 4079. When it comes to immigration and safety, we had a great practice time last year as agents were in our area, so we were able to modify and make any necessary changes that were needed. And so just so that everybody has a clear understanding, all of our administrators, ed liaisons, family outreach liaisons, executives in our district have received training in what to do when immigration officers are in our community and if they are near our buildings. What House Bill 4079 does is it requires all school districts in the state of Oregon who may not have been proactive in this matter, who may not have anything in place or any protocols in place, to have that done and ready to go by the end of September.
So the reason why this is on the agenda, thinking about what Jessica was saying, the reason why this is on the agenda is because at the end of this presentation, we will share with you the policy for 4079, and it'll go under 30-day review for all of you to vote on in our September meeting. That worked, didn't it? Okay. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about House Bill 4079 and what that means for us. Just an overview, 4079 has a couple key points, but mainly it's about the judicial warrant and being sure that somebody is identified in your school district to support if ICE comes onto your campus. And so this overview page just gives you a generalized overview of what the bill is asking you to do. Some of those key points are districts must have an immigration liaison. And we've wrote it into the policy where I will be the immigration liaison and my backup would be Saide. And that would be somebody that our district can, if there are ICE agents in the area, they can give us a call and we'll be able to help them to verify if it's a judicial subpoena or not. We also know that many of our executive directors will be in place too. And one thing that we've said since the beginning is that the superintendent wants to know if there's any action that's taken place. So office manager give Ivana, his admin assistant, a call if there are things going on that are of concern in regards to immigration. The new thing with this is districts are now would be required under this policy to notify families and students if officers come on our campus. I want to be really clear, there have not been any officers that have come onto our campuses last year when we had the 3 months of visibility of them in our area. And so if they ever did, we would go through a process working with communications department to notify our families like we do for any major event. And then for students, grades 9th and on. That is nothing new to our protocol. We do send information to our high schoolers when there is information that they need to know. But we would we've written it in for 9th grade and on, would be able to get that notification. There's a section on districts must be confidential on the information that we do share, and that has been shared in all the presentations we've done. And so that's nothing new to us. Our staff know and protect the rest of our students. And the final one is that they must receive training. So last year, everybody received that training. Unfortunately, we have to do a new set of training, and Audrey has worked with our schools and have notified them that we are going to be sending them a training sometime this fall that they will have to go over to the best of their ability with all of their staff. Last year, we even offered special sessions with our classified HCU in the evening so that they could receive the training if they weren't able to receive it during their normal school hours. And so our next steps is this. We have a policy that is up for first reading. We are currently working on staff training that will focus in the future in our vector training. And so for the students, there's a thing called vector training every year that we go through. It's about 3.5 hours of training that everybody has to go through. Next year, it'll be in vector training, so it wouldn't have to be a set aside or a standalone. This year, we do know that there's going to have to be one this fall that we provide for all of our staff so that they are. And then we've been in the process this summer. I've been working a lot with communications department going over what our website looks like. So I'm going to flip to this next slide, and I'm probably going to need Kara to help me. What we did, if you, LinkedIn at the very top right-hand side, well, before you get to that, if you notice, when you go into the little, on our website, if you go into the part that has the little icon of the magnifying glass, that was me trying to put a weak attempt at a magnifying glass. There's now a new one, a new button. This used to be blank. It says safety. So if you click on that, it'll take you there, or you can just go to the website that Kira's going to get us into. Yes, please. It's up on the right-hand side. Yeah. So now when you go into our district website, You'll notice when you, when it's on the safe and welcoming, a bar comes up right there. Click here for immigration resources. Because in the past, what we had was a long list on the right-hand side that was just all the resources listed. And then below it, I mean, it was really long and it was in Spanish and English. And we found some that needed to be cleaned up. So if you click into that, the bar on the top, it'll now take you into this resource page that has it divided into the 6 different categories. Is it a state resource?
So you know our phone system is a little bit unstable today, so we might have to again and reconnect. So I'm going to be watching our phones. If the green light goes off, we have to.
Oh, so the green light goes off. That's how we know we're not being.
That's how we know that the audio is stopped transmitting.
So we had video before we know audio. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So you guys can all help me watch. Hopefully it won't happen again.
No.
We now are recording audio, so we will reconvene our message or our meeting in the middle of the bond presentation. If you missed anything, you tell me. I'll tell you all about it.
Okay, so the final bullet point on this slide was that benchmark survey I referenced from January. In the next couple slides, I'll reference back to that so you can see where we were then and where we are today. The short answer where we are today is, not surprisingly, as a community, we've lost, as a district, we've lost ground compared to where we were in January. And we've seen that across the state. Actually, anywhere we polled outside of Oregon as well. You know, if you think about everything that's happened economically since January, whether it's gas prices or Iran war or, affordability or, local issues, a lot of those things have been kind of pressing down on voters. So, we have seen an erosion of support for tax measures everywhere. The good news with the Hillsboro School District bond campaign is that while we're not in the as strong support as we were in January, there's still a very clear path to victory. So let me jump in and show you. So on the left, the light blue bar is the February results, and the dark blue bars are the August results. The first thing we did, this is the third question in the survey, without giving them any information, we read them the ballot language, or the ballot language we were appropriating. And that language was 10-word question, 10-word caption, 20-word question. So not giving them a lot of info, right? We're just saying, here is what, roughly what this bond, would you support that? And the initial yes is 49%, 34% no, 17% undecided. Among the strong yes, you see that, we've gone down somewhat as well. And among the no's, we've ticked up a little bit. So back in February, it's 54 yes, 31 no, with 37 strong. Now it's 49 yes, 25 strong yes, and 34 no. So small erosion of support, but not massive. We're doing a softening of intensity. And again, these were not unexpected results, given what we have seen overall across surveys we've been doing since, the middle of the spring, and people starting to really feel the pinch economically. So what this chart shows is the progression of support during the survey. So what I'm showing you today is a summary of the poll, but, we asked, a number of questions throughout the poll with both people supporting the projects and testing messages, et cetera. So what you're seeing here is 4 points during the poll. Hey, now that we've given you this piece of information, would you support the bond or not? So the first data point here is 49%. That's the initial ask. That's the third question we asked in the survey, so very cold. Then we said, hey, this bond won't increase your taxes. It is designed to keep things at or below the average rate you've been paying since the last bond. This was very interesting. We actually saw a very small bump in support. Most of the time we see a greater jump in support, and we say, hey, this is not going to raise your taxes. Where we did see the big jump in support is when we read them what the bond is going to do. We talked about the projects themselves, that this is the one paragraph about what the bond is going to do, and we see a jump up into 59%. And then we read them messages specifically about all the different projects, and we saw a little bit of erosion in support, and we will talk about that in a minute, kind of what we think dragged it back down. But what I always look for in polling is not just where we start, where we end. I look for where we go, right? And so what's the movement? Our job as a district and as a political action committee is to mimic that uptick from 49 to 59. How do we do that? Well, we talk about first that the tax implications, and we talk about what the bond does and all the good things. And I'll talk a little bit more about messaging. So our goal is to mimic this progression during the poll. As we go throughout the next 80 days. The 4 messages that carry the bond. The first is leading up the case for failing infrastructure and needed repairs. It's the strongest message we have. So talking about, I know we always think sometimes in this work that, hey, you have to have a brand new shiny building. You have to be building a new school and stuff. No, your voters want you to fix what you have. They want you to fix the failing infrastructure. They want you to make the repairs to the schools so that they can last for another, 20, 30, 50 years. That's our best message. Number 2, framing it around lower tax rates and eligibility for state matching funds. So, Mark, what you referenced actually popped into polling. People like the idea that, A, we're keeping things affordable for them, and we're actually going to get money from the state. A lot of places, we actually don't see a lot of people care that much about the awesome matching grant. Hillsboro School District voters do. They like that. So you'll see in the language that Beth and I wrote, actually, at the end, it says, qualifies for state matching grant in our ballot language because of the support here that we saw in their polling. So first, leading with our infrastructure, it's going to fix it, talking about how it keeps lowers average tax rate and makes us eligible for matching funds, to fix our schools. How we tell that tax rate message matters. So when we talk about in really complicated terms about how it's the average rate, the last 10 years, voters get lost. We saw that in the polling. When we talk about in really clear, simple terms, they understand what we're doing. Finally, trust in how the district manages money is the single biggest factor separating yes and no voters. So if we're thinking about whether you're a board or district folks out there, how you operate as a district is intrinsically linked in this poll and with the support for a bond. So talking about what you have done well, both academically and financially, is as much a driver of supporting a bond we found in the polling as it is just support for the infrastructure projects. So constantly making that link is really critical. So if we're thinking about the messages that carry, it's accountability with money and trust. It's a simplified tax message about how this will impact people's pocketbooks. It's framing and talking about how we're going to use other people's money to help pay for this in a short way. And then, of course, talking about the key projects around infrastructure and fixing and repairing what we have. Those are the messages that are going to carry the day. Messages that drag down support. So you saw that in that when I said some things pulled us back down below 50, back to 53. Here's what we found are things that actually people are a little less excited about. Unfortunately, youth and community sports. I know for a lot of folks, that's a group, that's a section of your community that's loud, right? They really want your fields, and but writ large, it's not something that people not they hate or anything. It's just that they don't see it as a thing that a reason thing. Yeah. Past accountability. Interestingly, when we tested the message around, hey, you did a great job with the last bond, which you did, right? They didn't find that very persuasive at all. They actually found it's interesting because they do care about how you use your tax dollars.
Yeah, you square that circle of
I know.
Trust in how we manage our money is the biggest thing, and they don't care about our past record.
So it's interesting, but to be clear, it's accountability around the last bond, not about taxpayer dollars in general. I can show you the messages. It's very interesting. They did not find that a persuasive message about the last bond. They did care deeply about how you spend money at large as a district.
Quick clarifying question.
Yeah.
Is it that they didn't think that we spent the last bond dollars well, or that they just don't care what the last bond was?
Yeah, the latter. They didn't see it as a persuasive reason to support this bond.
Oh, interesting.
So it was kind of a Likert scale. It was a sentence. So almost like a, did you know that in the last bond, all projects were done on time and under budget? And then you had to 1 through 5. Does that make you want to support it? You know, and they rated it. And it wasn't a negative, okay, but it was less compelling than these other messages. So it's not a helpful as much as some of these other messages.
Yeah. And it is an interesting finding. So if you think about, but that's where that circle is, talk about how the district has accountability mechanisms of how you run your money, you spend your money today, and talk about your successes around that and the hard decisions you've had to make. I know there's been some ones, right? They're not as convinced about what you did in the past.
Could that possibly be because we have newer residents or newer voters that maybe weren't here when the last bond was passed? With that,
I think it's probably like, what have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
More so than that, I would guess, is people see the here and now. People are making reductions. They don't understand how school budgets work. They think there's waste. They just don't get.
Yeah, Beth has. So speak about today. Classroom technology. This won't surprise you, but I worked at the district in Beth back in 2017, and I remember our messaging was all leading around one-to-one technology and devices, and it was one of the most popular things. We have seen this. It's not a Hillsboro thing. It is a nationwide issue. Voters are just skeptical of technology in our lives and in our kids' lives, and so when you talk about technology in this bond and you do have money for technology, Derek, you have a lot of stuff in there. It's not just devices, right? It's a lot of infrastructure. It's a lot of cybersecurity. And so when you do talk about it, it's in those terms and not in device terms, classroom technology terms. Finally, I said to reference this, but the more we can simplify the message around how this will affect people's pocketbook, the district is constrained. There is legal language that we have to use within our lawyers and the finance folks are asking us to use to make sure that we're precise. The PAC, though, we can be a little more direct about how you talk about it. And so that final bullet point's a little more to the PAC, not the district. The district does have to. And what we found in our polling is the simplified message. People are like, oh, okay, I understand that. That's a little more clear to me than the legally required language that's in our ballot language.
So, Jeremy, does that mean that the PAC is going to have to do a more robust job on messaging that, one, simple message, two, and telling them, hey, but the bond has to be written like X?
No, you just have to say that the bond is written that it will increase. This is not a tax increase. You just continue to tell people that.
Okay.
Because right now, that's what people care about. Like affordability is just such a big thing that we have to make it very clear. It's $0 increase.
The bond website has really everything.
Yes, it does.
And everyone who's had a question about something, I found that the dashboard helps them understand what the projects are, what the money's going to, what to prioritize. Referring back to like the previous slideshows helps kind of show the process of like what we went through with the committee to pick the projects and what the priority keys were. When it comes to like the tax questions, it's all in that FAQ. And I appreciated you pointed out also like the audit documents to show like our previous bonds and how it was spent. So I feel like anytime I just refer them to that, they are able to get their answers through that alone, that I often don't even have to say much.
It is a very robust website, and not every district does that, so you should be commended. I will conclude this by saying that our path is clear here. If we just put this on the ballot and nobody says anything for the next 80 days, you have a 50-50 shot, right? So our goal is to increase our odds. And so our job is to get out the message about what this bond is going to do, how it impacts people the positive way it does, and talk to as many of your Hillsboro voters as possible. Is this eminently passable? You see it in the polling. We can move the needle with very small amounts of information. You have a community that wants to support this. We just got to make the case.
Thanks for coming in, Jeremy. I appreciate it. Have a safe drive to Bend.
Now I got to go to bed. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Roger. Thank you, Jeremy.
Oh, thank you.
All right, next up is a strategic plan update, and Brooke, I think, is asking for the clicker. That's a sign.
There we go.
I think in a year of unity and clarity, the work that we have done in the last year
I don't know how to split them. Here, just give it to me.
of our strategic plan. I think this is a nice look back of this year, the final year of this strat plan, what our hopes we want to accomplish. We'll talk a little bit about that. Audrey's going to talk about the focus areas. And then we'll be in a time of thinking about the next 4 years as well. So I really also appreciated the conversation this morning. I think a lot of what you're talking about, and we think about the voices that want, to come to the table to talk about our hopes for the next 4 years. I think we'll be able to fold that nicely into the planning of our refresh for the strategic plan as well. So let's get right into it. Beth, I appreciate that you're passing those out.
Thank you.
I'm so familiar with this, but she's just finalizing that. The larger booklet piece is outside, is going to be our big goals. Beth's going to share some of that. You'll see that we're really well in those larger ones. And then the insert, as we also are now getting into the final year, continues to grow. So now you have a 4-page doc here of 20 plus sub goals and all of the focal groups of where we have been, where we're at, and our measurements of up and down. And you probably, as you reviewed your slides, saw that summary slide of where we're at. So we'll get into that as well. Yeah, hopefully I filibustered enough to get you to this. Okay, here we go.
Well, I think we are a little bit behind time, and first few slides that are in here are really just meant to be a reminder and a regrounding in some of those key elements of our strategic plan. We don't need to necessarily go over them. What we really want to dig into today is our year 3 accountability report with you all, and then of course how that overlays with our integrated programs work. Brooke will share, she might have already mentioned it, about some of our new accountability measures and kind of how you'll see us showing up in front of you this next year. So let's just start off with performance target 1, which is our 3rd grade reading. We did see an increase in this area of 3.1 percentage points from our baseline year, which is good. We are making that incremental progress toward our year 4 goal. We also saw an increase among our Hispanic and Latina focus group. Unfortunately, a bit of a backslide on our focal group of students accessing special education. And Brooke will share some.
So in that, here's some of the work that we did, powered by the early literacy grant. So we're fortunate that we'll be carrying that through. Continued focus on this work right here. Audrey's also, when she goes over the focus groups, of our language, our T-cell, and our core, a lot of this is also outlined in our focus areas as well going to this year. Another thing, though, that's not noted is our high dosage tutoring grant. So that's where, especially in our focal groups, every elementary school has an opportunity to then have individual small group high dosage tutoring powered by our scholars who have been trained then to be tutors. They get that opportunity then for some teaching. Our elementary students benefit from that. So that's something that's not noted on here, but it's definitely something that we look forward to. The other piece too is the implementation of our iReady assessment. So this definitely is connected to this third grade literacy. That's going to be part of our reports that we bring to you this year. So that's something too is in our next steps.
Okay, so regular attendance. We still have some work to do here on regular attendance. I don't know if a lot of you are regular OPB listeners, but they've been talking a lot about attendance and some of those strategies in Malheur County and that other counties are considering going back to a little more enforcement teeth around attendance. It's definitely an interesting consideration, but we are up from our baseline year, 3.8 percentage points higher than that. Still have a ways to go to meet our goal of 80% regular attenders by the end of this coming school year. Again, with our focal groups, quite a big increase with our Native American Alaska Native focal group, and then a decrease with our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, both of which are sort of smaller N size. When we talk about the size of a population, we say N size. That's the number of students that we're talking about. So from one year to the next, there can be those large swings, just based on, in some cases, a handful of students making that difference. So.
If you have a student in the Hillsboro School District, you, I hope, felt this last year. We used to have more of a broad communication, everyday matters, large kind of a swing of that. Last year, you would have seen, hopefully, in communication pieces, especially in that bullet 3, of individualized, here's where your student is in this snapshot of time in percentage of attendance. So we're getting kind of those overall messages. Of course, those matter, but local and immediate to you as a parent, a student, here's your attendance. We're going to continue to do that. We think that that's a great approach of kind of an individualized approach to attendance. The piece where it says middle school next steps and strengthening, that's because we have the expert screener in place at middle school paired with our counseling support. So they're able then to really, through that expert screener paired with our mental and behavioral health support, to again, kind of we're talking about the individualized support for students around chronic absenteeism. So there's already been some work and training during the summer on that, and how does that carry through going into this school year?
Okay, extracurricular participation. This is a real point of pride for us. We are up to 50.1%. So that is an increase of 8.8 percentage points from our baseline year. I think a lot of you may know that Ryan Petrick, our director of extracurricular programming, partially retired at the end of last school year. So he is only working, I think, two to 3 days a week this year, kind of like ramping off before a full retirement at the end of this year. And along with that is a drawing down of resources that we were so fortunate to be able to access since 2023 through the VP Legacy Foundation that supported our K-8 extracurriculars, which was honestly a big reason why we were able to make this a focus area and really increase participation in activities outside of just our kind of our high school, traditionally thought of high school sports and activity opportunities. So luckily we did pitch to the Hillsboro Schools Foundation, and they agreed to step in and support a lot of that work in K-8 extracurriculars to the tune of $240,000 a year for the next 3 years. And we are so grateful to that. It is still, even at that level, it's less money going into our system than was coming in through the VP Legacy Foundation. So I think just we're so proud of this and pleased, and we really do have a value around connecting kids to activities. Just know that in our resource-constrained environment, certainly through our own general fund, but also in a little bit fewer resources available to us coming in from the outside, you know, we'll be interested to see where this specific action area goes this year.
And that's really hit to the, not only last year and the great pitch, and thank you Hillsboro Schools Foundation on that K-8, but that still leaves 9th through 12th grade as well. And how do we continue in that great support and that we've been able to provide our students in connecting activities? How are we going to continue to fuel that? And that is a continued ask to look at for community partnerships as we want to best support this goal as best we can, will be a continual focus for us.
Okay, 9th grade on track. And again, this isn't one of those calculations that we do two different ways. One is just the straight ODE calculation for 9th grade on track, which is 6 credits completed by the end of your 9th grade year. In the HSD calculation, we want to see 3.5 of those 6 credits in core, at least 3.5 of those credits in core. So it's a little tougher of a calculation. So you see the two different numbers. Interestingly enough, and in a 3-year look back of where we're at, we are even in our ODE calculation, but we've come up 3.7 percentage points in the HSD calculation, which is great because it is the stiffer of the two rubrics to meet. So that's really great. And across our focal group categories, we see growth, which is really positive.
You know, I think as we look at the end of year 3 going into year 4, what's been great about 9th grade on track work, isn't just about the practices of 9th grade on track. It's that also how do we replicate that in every grade level. So in that, could that also be in connection to, as we see great graduation rates? Possibly, because those practices aren't just landing in 9th grade. Teams are coming around and like, okay, what we learned in 9th grade, how do we replicate that in 10th grade? What does that look like for 11th grade and 12th grade? So that's just going to be the continued focus is, one, looking at best practices. Also, as part of the data cycles that we've had in our principal leadership, looking at the on-track data and the principals coming together to talk about their best practices and how do they replicate those within the high schools as well. So that's something that we'll continue to look at into this year.
I have to stand up for this one.
Okay.
I have to point. Look at this. Look at this arrow hitting I have the target right here. This is so exciting, everybody. This is our 4-year on-time grad rate, which was 90.4% for the class of 2025, which is the highest it's ever been since we have been doing the cohort calculation, which measures day 1 of a student in 9th grade and do they complete within exactly 4 years of entry. And we have a lot of fidelity toward our calculations in this when we are.
And we're back.
We're back. Okay.
You're back in session.
Cut out, or does that matter? Do we just keep going?
I don't.
Okay. Anyway, so the only other thing I was going to share here before we moved to Brooke was the fact that we went up in every single one of our focal groups for grad rate, which is also amazing.
Looking at next step, I think, you know, as we look at each of these bullets, it really is multilingual learning, good for everyone. Avid strategies, great for everyone. When we can also take the practices of what we think about, for me, just one group of students, and then look at those and how that can be replicated across student bodies, that's such a benefit to all. So that's really what's noted in that next step, is just how do we continue to talk about best practices. I think that is really tied to a lot of language focus area that Audrey will be talking about, but that's what's noted next. So a quick summary right there. You have this handout. Just want you to know, as we also look at the from baseline year to year 3, that's that first bullet. When we look from year 2 to year 3, that's where we landed in the breakdown of all 20 goals. When we look at focal groups, again, here's the breakdown. What I also want us to think about as well is when we made reduction of $40 million in 3 years, our focal groups, when we start to look at it, that is
that's impacting our students. So when we think about advocacy going into this year, I think this document and really looking at the impact of great work that we're seeing some wonderful outcomes that shared in our large goals, but how is that also working for our local group students, and how can we best bring this data into our advocacy work when we're talking to our community? So with that, I also wanted to do a little look ahead. We talked about this in May. Just want to remind you, because it's going to be a little bit different this year. We have our strategic plan goals, but we also, through Senate Bill 141, have some additional goals as well. So we've talked about that. We planned it. Just as a reminder, now we have a K-2 attendance goal I'll be bringing to you. So in October, you're going to have that overall K-12 attendance goal, and you'll see where we're at, but we're also going to be talking about K-2 attendance. We also will have an 8th grade math goal measured by our ESPA. I will also, though, be bringing you the iReady assessment data as well, so we can see how our students landed in our ESPA math, but we can also see how our students in that first round of interim assessment did in math as well. Okay, and then finally, in our local option metric, we selected, and thank you so much for your input and voice on this, is the workforce data goal. So we'll also be bringing you that first baseline metric of where we're at in our current technical education data set. Okay, just a heads up. So those three, you're going to get 3 new dashboards in October. Here's what that will look like. They very much look similar to what we have shown you over the last 3 years. However, this says universal growth target, because remember, for 1 year only, we're in a Venn diagram where we have our strategic plan goals, but now we have 3 new accountability goals. So you're going to see a total of 8. We'll have a call out of our 5 strategic plan goals, but then you're also going to have 3 that say universal growth targets. When we look at the revision of our strategic plan in the next 4 years, we will probably move those 3 goals then into the next strategic plan, so then all 8 will be a focus of our district. But so for 1 year only, there's 3 universal growth target goals and 5 strategic plan goals to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 141. Interim assessment timeline, we've gone over this in May, but just again, a reminder that we'll be going over our strategic plan and our universal growth targets, Beth and I, as we present those. And then we're also going to be doing the interim assessment presentation 3 times over as well. A reminder, here's the assessments that we had in 25-26. Here's what we adopted as a district. iReady Inform for both math and language arts for elementary, as well as for our middle schools as well. Math was already, iReady Diagnostic changed their assessment name to iReady Inform. That was just a name change internally that they did. So we'll be moving all to iReady Inform as we present. So the cadence of that will be October and February, as you're used to. But then I will be doing a special interim assessment report to the board in June to give you that final data set as well, and to meet that requirement of 3 times of sharing our assessment data with our board. So just a new cadence in that June report. Okay, here are our next steps. A lot of these you're used to and familiar with, except with the addition of, we will be looking at a strategic plan refresh. And so in that, of course, we'll have some voice of our board as we go through that. We're going to get through the bond, and then we're going to get the group together to start the strat plan refresh. So you'll hear more about that as the year gets underway. And then we'll, of course, be presenting that final last report of our strategic plan in August with to see where we have landed. In that, we can take any questions, thoughts, and then we'll go into focus areas.
Questions regarding the strat plan? So one of the solutions of the less than good 141 bill, not a fan of that bill, wasn't a fan when we passed it, but was that eventually one of the goals was to reduce the required reporting, consolidate report. Do you see that eventually happening? Like, you sort of hinted that we were headed that way.
Yeah.
More cumbersome maybe for the leader. Like, our strat plan is not aligned with that. So, but should we be holding our legislative feet to the fire to say this isn't working, it's not achieving the goal, and we don't even see it's ever going to achieve the goal you vote?
We were on the pilot for the unified application. We called integrated program, remember integrated guidance, integrated programs, and now it's called unified application. We piloted this last year. Did the team see some alignment? Yes. I think there was less reporting. We were able to get feedback as a pilot group. So, and was that received well? Yes. Also in federal programs as well, they've done some, they piloted their unified application too. I think there's definitely some alignment that we were able to accomplish there. So do I think it's a work in progress?
Education mostly student Success Act integration, or?
Unified application really covers, when I give the report in October and we talk about high school success and all of those pieces. The unified application really did bring that together, paired with Perkins as well. And then also with all of the federal grant requirements, that's kind of that second tier of the unified application work too, where I think we saw the pared down part is in the questions. There aren't as many narrative questions to respond to. So does that make it less cumbersome? Sure. I think they're still working that out as we were the pilot, and that was what was nice to give the feedback. So I think as we go into this next year, I can continue to give you my opinion about where that lands.
Other questions?
Not a question, but maybe more of an ask for later for the extracurricular participation. Since we know we're losing funds, can we get maybe an anticipated, like, where we're going to see the most impact on that, just so eyes and ears out and see if there's anything available as far as partnerships go?
Yeah, there were some specific programs, some extra programs that Ryan was able to fund that we are not able to fund now under the current program, so we can let you know specifically what those are. That might help with some community partners that might have an interest.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you go back one more slide? I just want to make sure I'm understanding when the strategic, we're going to do the refresh, we're waiting until after.
We'll start the work in January.
That's what I needed to hear.
This plan ends technically June 30th of next year. Okay. So if we can refresh in the first few months of 2027 and get ready to launch a new plan on July 1st, that's where we want to be.
So the last time we did this, it took a lot of work to have a liaison from the board?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, do we need that?
It's not going to be the full, like, let's start from ground zero and rebuild. I think we've got a pretty good, because it was just 4 years ago that we did that big work. So I think it's more of a retooling.
So you don't need a board liaison on that?
We might. It just was, yeah, much.
We'll take that as a
much more process.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
It should not be as time consuming.
Yeah. It'll be like a 4-month process as opposed to a full year.
Okay. And that's real, like, will we have enough 141 state expectations to integrate in a way that reduces the burden on our staff?
Yes, and we want all tools. What does that look like for us moving forward, thinking about financially where we're at. So we'll also talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, February 27th, we won't know what we're dealing with from a budgetary perspective. We'll have some insight. And we'll have, by February, we'll have
probably have some
revenue. By February, we'll have one revenue report, though, right? Either one in February or March. Yeah.
Another thing to recall is that even if we start in February, we have a preliminary idea. That's the long session. In the short session last year, was it last year or this year? This year? God, sorry. OSBA tracked 600 plus bills.
Yeah.
That was the short session. And that was just on education. So imagine what it's going to be like when we go long session. We already know there's some stuff happening behind the scenes. So buckle up and let's get ready.
When do we begin the next round of bargaining with our union partners?
Yeah, when is that?
Spring.
This spring?
By the way, there is some talk of potentially there's a bill that's coming out there. Did you hear about this? That they're thinking about statewide.
Yeah. If we talk about, yeah.
Well, I can't believe we're entering into our final year of this. I remember just last year when we did this whole thing, but huge kudos to Beth, you and Brooke, and really everyone on the team for leading our district through this. This has been incredible to see all of the targets and how we're meeting some and how we're incrementally moving towards the others. So thank you.
Dealing with focus there. Oh, go ahead.
Just one more comment. Thank you for inspiring me, Shane. I think when I'm out there in the community talking about accountability, which came up in our bond presentation just now, is where I anchor to. So thank you to the board and to leaders who put this together. And also, too, this is about equity. In the new accountability language, they talk about combined focal groups at the state level, which I can't stand. Because if you were to put students together demographically, anybody who's not a white male falls into like a category of like 90% of our kids. And so I think we need to stay intentional in HSD about the focal groups that we anchor to when we talk about our goals. So in the next iteration, we'll probably narrow our focus and look at in each of these categories who continues to struggle, who needs the most support, and then we'll align our resources that way. So kudos to everybody who talks about accountability and equity through the lens of the plan.
Up folks area. Swan.
Stemming from that great dovetailing from that presentation, one of the things as a reminder, our schools look at their data of all of, depending on what area they're in, of all of these 20 goals, and they narrow down from the information they have in their dashboards to determine areas that they need to focus on as a school. And then from feedback from different avenues, we help our district and our schools support what they're working on. So just this is kind of the flow chart that we've always talked about. I'm really excited for a strategic plan refresh in that it's not completely going to change because this has been one of the most successful things for our schools to speak to and what they're working on in spaces. If you happen to join us on a school visit at any point last year, principals were talking about where they fell, and hopefully you remember in those visits what they shared about what they were working on within the strategic plan that was very specific to their school. So that is how this plan works, the school improvement plan works, and it has been a really great model that I am super proud of how our district has supported schools. So going into the 26-27 school year, we always talk about trying to stay focused. Travis alluded to that at the beginning, that we are really, especially as we get tighter in our budgetary situation, we have to stay focused. There are a lot of things that can pull our interest or attention, but if we stay focused, we can make those incremental gains and hopefully hit maybe a few more targets in the future. So just to kind of let you know what we're doing from elementary to middle to high school in this coming school year. This is all, again, based on feedback from our administrators, our schools, our data, our walkthroughs, and again, connected to the strategic plan. Elementary, what I will say is a strong focus in core will be math. We have managed to do a math adoption in a tight year, and that is so important. Tier 1 is the most important thing we can provide for our students, and a quality implementation of a curriculum is essential. So if you notice you couldn't find parking today, it's because we currently have about 65 teachers all over the place here in iReady training for our new math curriculum. I got a couple of text messages from a few teachers that I used to work with that are just so excited about it as well. So you'll see that we have math as kind of our stronger core area that we're going to do. Within elementary and middle and high school, we have kind of not shifted our focus in T-cell, but really kind of anchored to belonging and thinking about that through a restorative culture and restorative practices work. That's our focus kind of across the board, really building in those universal tier 1 practices. And then at the middle school and high school where they are working on kind of a little bit more around those practices specifically at the secondary level. In language, you'll see the yellow is where we've slightly adjusted to for those of you looking at this. The slight adjustment there is we were really focused on student talk. As we go into this year, we're still focused on student talk, but it's the emphasis of moving that from oral to print. Be able to communicate that, because that's where we're also seeing some of our data show up where we're sliding a little bit. So we've got to be able to take that talk and put it to print. In the middle school and high school areas and before, they are going to be focused on standards-based grading at the moment. We'll continue to do that at the high school, along with assessment practices and really diving into rubrics at that level. So really, not huge changes. And if you think about all of this work that's happening in these areas, this is our educational equity work. This is how we close those gaps that are happening for our students. This is how we take those focal groups and really decide what are the things we need to do, not even have to, we need to do in order to close those opportunities for our students. And so that really is where we have come up with this area. And then each of our schools create school improvement plans from that. And one of the things, there. I'm really sorry. I tried to snip it rather than this. We're not having it. So one of the things that we're really working on with schools this year is to create quality action steps within their goals, and really thinking about the equity lens of it as well as the family engagement part of it. And within that, being specific about what focal groups are not being successful at their schools. And it's interesting, you see it at a district level where we're seeing areas where we need to improve on, but you can drill down to a school and they're going to be a little bit different than the district. So it's really helping a school that maybe has students that are experiencing disabilities. That might be their focal group that they know that school really needs to work on. For other schools, that might be students that are language learners. For other schools, it might be a population that identifies as Black African American. Each school is looking at their data to make those determinations and make sure that they're focusing on what their schools need. So that is just like the world's of that information. And I just want to let you know, one of the things that we will continue to do, because I think it was really successful, is we will continue the school visits. I'm going to try to get them all figured out for the whole year and get them on your calendar with Rose. So I'm in process of doing that, and we'll continue to go out, because I think what was really helpful in those visits was a chance to hear from schools what they were focused on and then go see what was happening in the classroom as it was connected to that. And in talking to all the principals, it wasn't a very successful visit for them in any way, shape, or form, and they got to highlight their school. For those of you that got to come, it was a full experience. So we will plan out hopefully about 6 or 7 of those visits over the course of this year. And just doing that in advance will be helpful for me and the principals, and I think for all. So that is our plan, and we'll continue out there.
Yeah, to be fair, pre-COVID, it was the thing we did pretty frequently. Yeah. And people just one-off just did it all the time. So more scattershot, and to know that we're not cumbersome is great.
And I think it really gave you a chance to see what was going on in different, in different buildings.
You got the whole big sheet at some point too, but I like the nutrition services tour as well. That was also great. Like at the International School Lunch Week, keep that stuff up.
I want to say I am super excited to see sort of culture and practices throughout elementary and high school. That makes my heart super happy. I truly feel that the reason why we saw such great numbers in graduation is due to that, because that's what T-cell is creating conditions for our students to be successful and want to be at school, and that focus on belonging it just makes sense. And I know that elementary has been doing it forever, but to see it highlighted in elementary makes me super excited.
All right. Next item then, Derek has a sexy tweeted soda cleanser.
Yeah. I give it up. Any technology in space doesn't seem like it's a good idea.
Yeah. Phone light's still green.
I know. I was like, the phone's still green. I don't think the person.
Did do that check at it, right?
Don't look at it. Don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Mark and board, I'll move as quickly as I can through this to try to keep us on time. I just have a couple of updates for you. Wanted to share some things that are going on relative to some of the tools that we use and mostly our work relative to AI. I also just wanted to quickly remind you who our technology services admin team is. I really appreciate and am grateful every day to get to come in to work with Megan, Luis, Tara, and the rest of the tech services team. They work really hard every day to make sure that students and teachers and staff are successful and really always want to have their ear to the ground to what the community's needs are relative to technology. So just wanted to make sure and show their smiling faces once before we move into the rest of this. Last year, you probably remember me coming to you and mentioning to you that we're moving away from a product called Lightspeed to a product called Blocksy, which we use really for two purposes. One, it's our web filtering tool, or one of our layers of web filtering. And it's also a classroom management tool for teachers. So it's a way that teachers can make sure they know what spaces on the internet kids are in, and that is aligned to the learning objectives of the day, of the unit, whatever it might be. We had kind of limited success, I think I would say, with Blocksy, both as a web filter and as a classroom management tool. And so we worked with our teaching and learning partners to look at some other products that are out on the market. We ran a small-scale pilot at 2 schools last spring, an elementary school and a middle school, and ultimately have decided to make the switch over to a product called Securely for both of those purposes, web filtering and classroom management. During the pilot, we had a lot of positive feedback from teachers in those schools and have found significant improvements in terms of just the quality of the product and the functionality that comes along with it. So we're excited to be making that change and wanted to make you all aware of it because you might be hearing about that as you are going to our schools. Okay. A couple things on AI. I want to talk a little bit about a steering committee that we stood up last year and their work. We'll talk a little bit about our guidance to schools, teachers and students around AI, and a new tool that we're implementing calling a student use scale. First, regarding the steering committee, last year we put together a group of folks that met 3 times, so a quarterly meeting with school, classroom, and district level representation, admins, teachers, and others. And really, the purpose of that group is to help us evaluate this landscape. The landscape meaning, what are we currently doing? What tools do we have in place for people to use? What policies and guidance do we offer? So we need to be monitoring that and having active conversations so that we can make adjustments as we go. And in addition to that, we want to make sure we're sort of plugged into the local, regional, state, and national conversation in these areas as well. As we all know, AI is changing everything rapidly, so we want to be as proactive as we can in that space, but things just move really fast. So we want to support our folks and make sure that we are finding modern approaches to how we use these tools and thoughtful approaches to it, and stay plugged into other conversations. So that group is going to continue to work through this next school year. We'll continue to bring people together to talk about the tools we're currently using, what's effective, what spaces do we need to adjust those tools or adjust our guidance so that we can continue to maximize the learning opportunity that comes along with AI while using it responsibly. As a reminder, last fall, you all received a presentation from 2 of our education technology TOSAs who have done a lot of work over the last few years in this space. Hillsboro School District utilizes the 4 tools that are listed there: Magic School, Gemini Notebook, also called Notebook LM, sometimes called Google Notebook. It's got a variety of branding associated, and Copilot. Magic School is the tool that we provide to all students, and the others are really mostly staff, although there is some limited use for high school students for the other tools as well. The guidance that Hillsboro School District has created through conversations with students, with staff, and again, regional and state leaders in this space, is really kind of those 3 primary buckets I have on the slide. Empowering learning. So we know with AI, we can do things that we otherwise wouldn't be able to do, personalized learning, task automation, and so on. So we want to try to really capitalize the things that we know that can help us do well, to save time and continue to improve quality. At the same time, use it responsibly, meaning we still want to talk about the values of thinking for ourselves, being creative, giving credit whenever you utilize a tool like that. So there's a bit of a balance there between empowering learning and using it responsibly, and we want to be in that space. And our guidance also talks a lot about sort of the things you have to be really careful about when you're using AI, personally identifiable information and other things of that nature. So we make sure and put a focus on that as well. Those are really kind of the pillars of the guidance that we use to work with teaching staff and administrators and others, and I think will continue to be sort of our core values around AI as we continue to navigate that space. Going with the theme of things that are really hard to read on the screen. But what I want to share about this is our AI student use scale. This is a new thing that we are including in the generative guidance, which I highlighted in the slide prior to it. The simplest function of our student use scale is that it's a way for teachers and students to be able to communicate back and forth about how AI may or may not be utilized in a given lesson or unit or some other kind of instruction. Really, the power, I think, of a tool like this is it increases communication and transparency between students, teachers, and families about how we value a balanced approach to learning. So last year, the steering committee took a look at several student use scales that were being used by other districts and ESDs that had developed them, and spent several months going back and forth and talking about the best parts of each and our own original thinking about how we could really maximize a student use scale to increase that communication. And this is what we've come up with. So this tool has been given to teachers, and they'll be able to start using that going into this year. Our steering committee will continue to talk to teachers and find out, how is this working? Is it an effective tool for you? We'll also continue to talk to students about the ways that this is being utilized, hopefully in really productive, constructive ways. So we're really excited to be putting the student use scale out there. Again, I see it as not only a tool to provide information about how much we're using AI or not, and have a conversation about the why behind that, but just to increase communication and be transparent about where we are in the artificial intelligence conversation. Yes?
How do students get this conversation? Is it like in their advisory class, or is there a specific?
Yeah, we're kind of working on that part right now. We're working with teachers on the degree to which they're including this in their syllabus or maybe advisory spaces. We still have a couple of things to iron out in that way. I think really the way this will end up kind of working out is there'll probably be different conversations at levels. High school, middle school, elementary probably have a different flavor of conversation about how they're using AI and how they can use the student use scale effectively. I know from some previous experiences also working with secondary teachers that, they will probably want to take a look at that and try it out in some lessons. They may want to have some department level meetings to try to calibrate a bit. I think our school leaders will also want to have those conversations as well, so that we're creating as much consistency. One of the kind of slippery slopes that goes along with something like this is you can get different interpretations of what the scale itself means. So we want to be really thoughtful. Again, the steering committee is one place to do that, but I think also going out and talking to teachers in schools, talking to students in schools, and creating other spaces for some dialogue around how we calibrate to a tool like this will be important. But we're really excited to be implementing it this year. We think that's going to continue to move our conversation forward, and again, just keep everything really transparent and clear around AI.
I'm curious, Derek, can we share that generative AI student use scale?
If you would give me just a little time to check in with some friends, both across the table and upstairs. We aren't going to be doing any more revision of it right now. We're building it into generative AI guidance to our teachers. I don't know which parts of it we've made public yet.
Understood. the perspective that I'm coming to you from is OSBA is looking into this question. There is an upcoming, we're anticipating a particular bill coming through. It is about AI. And once again, we want to get ahead of that to make sure that it's not prescriptive, but that they have the input of the district. And so the ask is, if a district is engaging in these policies and shaping them now, let's get that information to. So if you could let me know as soon as that's available, that would be great.
Yeah, and I know that it will be out in our teachers' hands very soon, and they'll be using it. I don't know if that's today, but I'll keep contact with you and make sure you have it. There are other districts in the Portland metro area, and I think around Oregon last year that did work like this, as we did some work the year prior. So we believe that we've been able to sort of harness everyone's best thinking, and then of course think about our specific needs to create this tool. At the OSBA level, anywhere else at the state level, I don't think student use scale will necessarily be a new idea, but giving you information so that you can help push those conversations forward.
It's the legislators that we're worried about who might have great ideas and come left, and we wish to avoid going left.
Thanks, Dan.
All right.
That's all for me. Any other questions about AI or securely?
Thoughts briefly. I guess going backwards, so on the AI front, I guess I feel it's very interesting. I guess the only thing I would encourage is I hope we have someone, you and I talk about learning the best practices nationally, internationally. I hope we have someone who's looking at the big picture of what research is coming out about what ways of managing AI and changing AI skills to have a positive effect. I don't want everyone to be siloed even in the individual states, but I know someone, whether at the district level or at the ODE level, is learning from what the current best practices of research is.
That's what Derek's steering committee is doing. On the other side of that, I can also comment that as I'm in the life sciences competitiveness task force and the manufacturing workforce consortium, all the talk is about how the top look for in job postings right now is an employee who has experience and can use AI to benefit our company. And so on the other side of the coin of safety and keeping our students safe and balanced in their use of AI is the obligation that we have to set students up for success in the workforce. And we're looking at that data as well.
Absolutely. Well, I hope you'll share more with us. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
I've talked about this a lot. They're very concerned about the tokenization costs for seeing with AI. So there's a lot of related costs that are still soft that are growing rapidly on AI. I do want the board to know we're watching that. So far, I still think we're a little ahead. Corporate and private enterprises that tend to have a lot of internal development spike first, and they're really trying to manage these costs. Eventually, it will catch up with us as well as we see usage go up, hardware requirements, the new model, and so on. It does drive an inflationary effect on costs. We're watching it. I think it's probably a couple of years away before it's a whole kind of burden on our budget, but there's no doubt in my mind
it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming.
But it feels like most of the services we're using are part of subscriptions of other things. We're not really paying for token like.
They'll start increasing.
Yeah, like Fable 5. We're not paying for Fable 5 tokens. It's all integrated into.
Right, that they're using on the back end. And so it'll start with that, and then really from our standpoint, we may want to move to more of a usage-based model because that might be better. So we're going to keep watching it, but it's something that's definitely out there in the literature, and that it's kind of an ongoing.
Yeah, sorry, other questions before I go. When we look at the big forward, hopefully due to update us, things are changing very rapidly in the realm. I don't think anybody has a definitive answer whether this is whether the changes AI are bringing technologically are the arrival of electricity or the arrival of the internet or something we've never seen before, right? Like, it's another iterative piece of technology, or is it going to change everything? Nobody really knows that yet. So, I'm not expecting you to just decide that for the district, but, as we, it does, if it is more revolutionary than iterative, I mean, it's going to revolutionize everything and change everything. So I had been wondering even years ago, how close are we? Is it just a matter of time and better technology to where every student has some unique educational plan of their own? That's just not a thing anybody would ever do because it wouldn't be good for students, right? Like that.
Question.
Yep, deep question. So not answer. Not something.
We're trying to like it's a unique world right now.
Yes, and I think
figure it out.
The board doesn't expect to be experts in that, and y'all are. And I was for as is appropriate as things change, as we learn more, please continue to update us.
I think for me personally, what I'd like to see is conversations happening starting at our CTE, right? Like, we want our students to have access and opportunity in their CTE programs to be able to graduate and have a job right away and be successful. So I know with some career pathways, AI is much bigger thing than in others. And so in those areas, I hope that conversation is happening and we're making sure that our students have access to the information and resources to be successful now so that they're prepared later. So I think this is great because I think this kind of shows that you need a little bit of everything. And I think sure I could see this being a really good tool. And when I'm lesson planning, having those conversations on these particular assignments, we'll be more AI partner, right? And because of this, or on this one, we do need to practice the no AI or just using our AI tools. And so using it more as a tool to help me plan my instruction, but then also for students to be able to see you kind of have to dabble in all of these areas ethically. Ultimately, though, for the purpose of when you graduate, you may be in a field where AI is dominating, and we want to make sure that we've prepared you to the best of our ability and that we've given you access and an opportunity to do that in a way that is right, if that makes sense. So I feel like we're never going to become experts on it, but I do think when it comes to CTE, it's such a big deal.
The things I've really appreciated about our steering committee and maybe the district just all in all is when we talked about the student use scale, it was really important for that group of people to make sure that it maintained a human-centeredness to it. So even if you're a teacher who's moving into a unit that might be more on that 3-4 where we're going to be heavily using these tools, that doesn't mean we're offloading rigor and cognitive load and education terms we use like that. The person is still the agent and has agency in making decisions about how to use. So I think our hopefully our pedagogical approach and just our general approach is that the human is still the center, no matter how much you're using it or not using it in a learning space or in some other space. And I think that is a bit of something maybe that we've all learned over the last couple of years as we're using these tools.
I do think that there's some similarities to math. I mean, I know it's not completely the same, but we saw that also with math when more resources and tools came out and different ways to get to the same answer, right? And it's just making sure that we are giving students the opportunity to learn all the ways so that they're able to make informed decisions and use the right tools at the right time.
I appreciate how proactive we are being as a district in regardless of how we make decisions about AI. It is radically changing our workforce, and even I feel like employers across the state and likely across the nation are grappling with how to even incorporate this. And I work in the retention and recruitment space, and even in that space, it's, we've been talking about how this is changing the workforce and are we comfortable with that and how do we embrace this and still have some guardrails. And so this is something that employers are having to grapple with right now. And so the fact that we can make it digestible for our K through 12 population and really educate our students just educate them and expose them to this in a way that is more informative as opposed to this is good, use it, or, you know, instead of leaning one way or another, it's, hey, this is really the reality of kind of where we are at in this time and space. And so just appreciate the intentionality and the effort that we are kind of staying up to date with the times.
Yeah, no, and human, the one guy's opinion, when it's bot versus bot, the humans are losing, right? Like, when you have 250 resumes generated by an AI bot, and then you have to have an AI bot to sort through those to figure out which ones might be humans, and when students are using AI bots to create their homework, and the teacher has to find a different bot to check whether it was made by him, like, all these bot versus bots, the humans are losing out, right? Yeah, I think we've already eliminated phones in the building all the time. It's great. I think, you know, even at the collegiate level, we've seen a return to the good old blue book, right? Sitting in a room by yourself with a piece of paper, having to write out the answer. So, old is new again. So, yeah. Thanks for being on top of it. I don't have answers, but it's being thoughtful.
In addition to my comment about AI earlier, I wanted to finish my comment.
Sorry.
Yeah, just, no, not at all. I was waiting for the AI. It's not really a question so much as just for board members. I'll make my no, coming up again in the future. I have some concerns about increasing, we were talking about briefly about blockchain severely, so that's what. I have some concerns about the increasing level of digital surveillance that educational technology companies that sell to school districts are marketing their products as being able to do. I think while it goes far beyond what federal laws like SIPA require, now have any email that students send on their student account is scanned and AI analyzed. These are the technologies that companies are marketing more and more, and groups that I really respect as having won a lot of our digital privacies, like the Electronic Ear Foundation, every year they come up with new concerns about what ed tech. So I'm probably more concerned about that than most people because I'm a person with strong civil libertarian views about privacy and space. But I do think it's an issue to some degree of equity in the sense that as these things are increasingly happening, students, young adults have their own personal devices at home, and they want to explore topics like LGBTQ topics maybe that they're uncertain about whether some people, they don't know if they want people to be watching them or knowing what they're doing. They can, but students who their only device is their school device, and when you log into the school account, even if it's at home or even if it's an email sent to a peer, that may be increasingly monitored and surveilled and reported. I think it's something that concerns me, and so I think more probably I would not look to approve any procurement of educational surveillance technology on peer filtering. I know that's a particularly strong viewpoint, but I think everyone should be aware of these issues and just think about it with fellow board members, because I think that's the direction it's going.
Any other things before we take a short break? All right, we're in recess, and what's our attempted return?
We've been doing it for about 2 months, but
This meeting is being recorded.
I don't know.
All right. From break recess, Hillsboro School Board is back in session. Our next agenda item is to discuss the superintendent evaluation process and goals. Are you leading with the calendar, or how?
Yeah,
I haven't got the clicker.
I'll drive us through this.
No, the objective is just that we agree, the board and the superintendent will mutually agree on the evaluation process each year. So my proposal, and I hope it meets your approval, would be to have the same process as last year, engaging Kristen, OSBA, using the OSBA and COSA standards, adding 2 different goals here in the next slide. The only change that I would propose is that we change the calendar. Whoa. There. We'd use the facilitation of Kristen through this calendar, but there's a hyperlink there. I think Rose just handed us each a piece of paper that says draft on the top. It's a table that contains months on the left. And what would happen is we'd move up the mid-year goal reflection so that sooner, i.e. in November, it could be said, hey, Travis, here's how you're doing related to your goals, and here's how we'd like you to improve or refocus. And then it would be a bigger distance between that moment and then the final evaluation, which happens contractually and per statute in April, May. Last year we were, I guess, not disappointed, but noticing that it was awful quick between the mid-year goal reflection and my final, that it didn't feel like there was much breathing room there to either change course or even make a suggestion that was meaningful from board to superintendent about my performance. So with your permission, Rose and I would work with Kristen to lock in a calendar like this so that we could be facilitated through my evaluation process based on these dates. Happy to answer any questions. Rose and I have talked about this with Kristen, and she can support you if you choose to ask this to be the calendar.
Travis, can you remind me, was last year the first year we did the mid-year goal reflection, or have we always done a mid-year goal reflection?
I think we've always done one. I think it's that clunky schedule.
Actually, it was the first year we used OSBA's assistance.
Yeah, correct.
Right, okay.
It's no more a structured thing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, because I remember us having some dialogue around the timing, and at first it was a bit clunky because of and I think that was referring to last year's timing, which for this upcoming calendar, the reason why we changed it is because it was so clunky last year.
In fact, I think this was your and Yvette's suggestion.
Right, okay.
It sounds familiar, it's because it's your
Great idea.
Okay, that makes sense, thank you.
But thanks for helping last year, and thanks for this input. I think this will improve.
Yeah, my recollection was that if the period toward the end, as things wrapped up, it was very cumbersome. Like, board members had a lot to do in a very short period of time. And we talked about spacing it out more, which I think is what this is doing. I also worry slightly about how much mid-year reflection you're getting in October, 1 month in, but
comment on that.
Move stuff up, we had to move stuff up.
Yeah, and you all have observed how this goes around the clock now. And so, around the calendar, I should say. But so when, in reference to my first goal this year, helping pass a bond, the work has happened through the spring and in the summer. And now picking up on some critique of that in October, November would be fine. Because you've observed us managing that process for longer than just starting July 1. Like for me, I don't see my job starting July 1. So let me connect to the next slide with your permission, and we can talk about these together. So goals are simple to state, but they're actually complicated. They're also sequential in my mind. I think passing a bond on November 3rd will allow us to talk about how did that go at a mid-year evaluation point, and then the legislative session won't start until the new year. And there will have been so much work that went into what our stance is on that, and all the communication has already begun about the legislative session. So you all know that, you know, developing the bond, the ballot title, crafting the messaging, presenting to our community partners is already underway with the bond. Managing questions about taxation related to our bond has been an ongoing process already. Funding of K-12 schools related to our bond ask is an ongoing communication challenge, and all that requires a superintendent to be building credibility and leadership in the community related to our bond. I know we heard how important that is in respondents to our polling. Like, are you using your resources wisely? Is this a credible school district? And so those are part of what's wrapped up in a pretty simple goal, help develop and build the bond. And then on the second front as well, my proposed goal would be to work with directors to influence and advocate toward better situation for K-12 schools in the legislative session. And so part of that is establishing our values around accountability that we've talked about today, bilingual assessments, which we made happen in the last legislative session, CTE advancement, all of that is an ongoing process. Right now, what's difficult and challenging for me, I'm spending my time calibrating with a lot with Chair Ryan about what's happening with regional boards, and then also with the superintendents of the large school districts in Oregon. How do we come with a clear and concise advocacy stance for districts for K-12 in the legislative session? So that messaging matters. It's going to have an impact on the state, and so I want to be held accountable for leading that for HSD alongside you as directors. And that I would hope that you could support me in these two goals for this year's evaluation of me. So that overlays with the proposed calendar. We could obviously focus more heavily on goal 1 at the mid-year reflection point, and then goal 2 for the final eval, spring in April and May. My proposed plan. If you feel comfortable today saying, this all sounds great, Travis and Rose, we can get there. If you have a conversation and discussion that you'd like to have, we can also sync up the setting of my goals with the setting of the board's goals, which would happen with Kristen coming back in September, like she proposed. So we're not in any hurry, and this doesn't take an official action. It just, I would like you to support and give voice to what you'd like to hold me accountable for in my evaluation process.
I like the idea of waiting, personally. Although I like goal 1, for me, I think it's just another conversation, trying to see how that one directly influences our strategic goals. I see where goal 2, some of the, like, just based on like the information that you gave us on your report last year, I could see like how cabinet has supported and the work that they've done and how it influences our strategic goals and our focus areas. Like I see where all of that kind of ties in. I don't know that I see that yet with goal 1, specifically with the bond. I almost see that being a sub goal from goal 2 personally. I kind of like how you had it last year where one of your goals was more directly tied to the strategic goal, right? Because you had the reading, was it reading?
Strategic plan goals like reading in 9th grade on track.
It was more like, it was more like tied to instruction. So I kind of like that you had a little bit of both of those areas. But that's just my personal just reaction from seeing it right now.
Thank you. I like that value of staying focused on instructional leadership.
I respect that, Jessica, except that I know we want to do a strategic refresh, and that's not going to happen quick enough for us to start this process. So what you're saying is important. The question is the timing. If we wait, this sounds weird. If we start his process until we get this refresh of the strategic plan, which is the instructional stuff you're talking about, I don't know. That's part for the horse. I would rather see us know what that plan is going to be, and then he can adapt. And I'm just not sure that's going to happen fast. The goal and the purpose in him coming up, the suggestion from last year was that we just felt like, it was too quickly, too soon. We didn't have enough time. It was uncomfortable for us, which is how Sam came up with that idea. So the idea actually was for us to start in an earlier period of time. That does not mean that we can't have him follow up once we get the strategic plan shored up for the next couple of years to know what those instructional goals should be.
We have the strategic plan for this academic year, though. Like we know what that is.
It would be like a year 4. I would align.
Yeah, it would be the last year.
I mean, I think also with goal 1,
that's already done. Like check the develop and promote, whether it passes or not. You have developed and you will be promoted.
And you promote it.
I don't know. That's not a big stretch.
I also think about like the 47 different things that I do, and I was thinking that this one is just a rare once every 7 or 8 year cycle, that this could be a goal for me to focus. I am focusing a lot of my attention on it. So as it comes around, this would be a unique one. But I'm also, I'm okay with it, but yeah, I get your point though. Yeah, if there's a reason that as directors you'd like to keep me student achievement reading scores and the implementation of our awesome new interim assessment stuff, that's also something I'll be spending, and we will be spending a lot of time doing this year. So I guess it's a matter of what you'd like publicly to say, this is what our superintendent is going to be great at this year. And so maybe what I'll do is take this back to Chair Ryan and Vice Chair Watson and have a conversation about, hey, here's the feedback. I'd love to hear from a couple more people just about the way you want to go, or should we go more instructionally focused?
And I'm not saying it has to be instructional. I just think something more specific to the strategic plan, even though it's coming to a refresh, I think there is an opportunity too to highlight, again, I know this is an evaluation of you, but I also know that cabinet has a lot to do with evaluation. So something that could really, I think, give us enough to give you good mid-year review, reflection, and end of the year. I think, I can almost see exactly what will happen with goal number 1, and I think that to me is what makes it feasible. But maybe, and again, like I said, maybe it's just more of a discussion to kind of see how you're thinking of it. Maybe thinking of it a little bit. Kind of like how Mark said it. Well, it's already been developed and promoted. Now it's just a matter of does it pass or does it not pass. And I think a lot of that will have to do how we're collaboratively promoting it, which is why I kind of see it be part of goal 2. But that's just how, again, I'm just reacting to it right now. I liked how last year you had that goal 2, but then also goal 1 was more focused on instruction, and you were able to tell us about, the role of principals, the role of data, the role of students, the role of families, and we were able to kind of see the hard work that even cabinet has been putting into, with our packs, with our student leadership groups, with PLCs and all of that. So it kind of gave us more, I think, about your leadership versus just a narrowed focus, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It's in line with my beliefs about keeping leadership activities focused on our strategic plan.
It doesn't have to be instruction per se, but that was just an example.
Oh, thank you. Good feedback. I also really appreciate your optimism about the bond and how that's going to all work out.
Earlier today, one of the slides that referenced briefly, and maybe it's in the school improvement plan slide, the SMART goals. I don't know how that goal is. So, want these goals to be not exactly, but I understand clearly where you're coming from. That's where most of your time is going. But I think if we're saying as a board, we have this excellent superintendent, and we given these things focus on here, does Trump bond just itself sound sufficiently for something like the board maybe that's going to check your box? So I guess maybe Ryan can see where
All right, we'll go back and workshop.
Pretty heavy focus between now and you start doing your mid-year reflection. Yeah. That bond is going to be front of mind top. Yeah, I would say if we go a different direction, fine. But I would also say in correlation to the financial constraints of our district, if the bond doesn't pass, the next boiler that breaks means fewer teachers, fewer bus drivers, fewer nutrition workers, right? Because it comes out of the general fund.
I just think when we're talking about superintendent goals, we're talking about his leadership. right? And I think I would get more information about your leadership if it was around something that was impacting directly students now or families now, staff now, versus something that's really dependent on outside community, right? Which I think like I said, you would probably be able to explain how you're approaching it better than I'm just thinking of, but that's just how I'm seeing it. It's like what kind of a goal do I want to see that's going to give me enough data to really showcase your leadership?
It doesn't pass, it's going to students now and teachers now.
So I think I'm in agreement. I can see where Jessica's coming from, and I think I'm in agreement with that. I think goal number 1 and 2, if that could maybe somehow be combined into one, the external facing kind of work that we're doing. And yes, the bond and the advocacy for the legislative session are very unique to the 2026-2027. And it is going to and has been taking up a lot of your bandwidth. So I think that calling that out and having that as a goal is appropriate. But to Jessica's point, I think potentially having one that is a bit internal, school focused, student focused, tied directly, to the goals that we have and the metrics that we're tracking for our strategic plan, also speaks to the final year of our strat plan and the work that you and your staff have having maybe a bit more comprehensive. The entire kind of everything that you do, though it doesn't capture all of it, but I think it speaks to a more balanced approach to what you're focused on in the coming year.
Thank you. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll work on it and bring back another draft next time we meet.
You mentioned Kristen. She's not coming back in September, is she? It was just offhand thing.
She was going to bring back
the goals, but she's not probably coming back.
No, not coming here.
Yeah. Anything else on this front?
Is the calendar good?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
From a board perspective, we won't have as much of a sprint at the very end, but just realize we have to get to work soon. And Rose will send us reminder texts.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is the working, is that right? Yes, the working agreements. The agreements that we all abide by and commit to. I remember us signing them at some point. Do you give them to us when we sign them at some point?
Yeah,
You ever done that?
No.
That's way old? Okay. Ah, all right.
Try to raise marker.
Yeah, on this subject, right. So, I want to speak for Chair Ryan, but also, do people have concerns, changes, iterations? Anybody have anything they would like to discuss about our working agreements? Do the students have a copy of this too?
We went over it.
Is this the first time you're ever seeing it?
Yeah. We went over it in the onboarding with Rose. Yep. They got a huge binder of a lot of documents.
It was a lot of things.
I remember those. Yeah, I think we're one of the first districts to have these based on the way things were for a while in Hillsboro. We had to write down that we would treat each other respectfully. I like to think that's just a given at this point. And while it handles a lot of information for in-board meetings, there's also things that we do outside, like the speaking with one voice. And so I don't know about y'all, but the times I was not in board leadership, when I was not a vice chair or chair, and even when I was chair. So when I was responding on behalf of the district as the board chair or vice chair, I would make that very clear at the outset of the email. And if I very rarely ever responded to something when I was not the chair or vice chair as just an individual board member, I was very careful to say I am not speaking on behalf of the board. I am not. This is just my personal opinion. So it's more. That's more email, less or text or whatever. Like so, it's more of it's less boardroom behavior. But yeah, just I don't know how y'all feel about that. Like I don't know that we ever have forbidden it, right? But we kind of. But I mean, I have as an individual board member replied to an email. Probably about Century Band or something, because I was a band parent way long before I was a board member, if I had to guess. But was clear. So, I mean, like, are we still comfortable with that idea? Or do you guys want to just be able to just email whatever people?
I think I always, when I reply to emails, make it clear that the official response to come from the board chair, and I'm just sharing my perspective as one member. And so I think that worked well for us.
Like everybody else, pretty comfortable with that still?
I'm cool with it. The one thing that I noticed is when I see emails, sometimes I don't see the response that goes through, but I don't know if it's just like, did they receive a response and I just wasn't CC'd on it? So then I'm like, okay, maybe, I trust, like I've sent Rose stuff that goes to my spam because I'm like, I don't know if you got this, but so that's just more for me, like, I don't know if the person got a response.
You describe the context a little more?
Like there's been an email where like maybe a parent has a concern and then I assume that because it's sent to the whole school board that they will get a response. I never see a response. And then later on the parent replies and says, hey, I still haven't heard back. So that's when I just don't know, like, maybe it's just like, hey, Rose, like, I don't know if you guys are getting this email or something. I don't know.
Right. So I will say that too. Yeah. If and Katie and I can have this conversation when she's back too, but like, yeah, I do think it's part of our like event, and she did this too. Like it's part of the chair and vice chair responsibility to let everybody know, even if you're not on there. Like sometimes staff will do the reply, and sometimes that the staff just communicates directly with the parent. But I do think it's probably a good idea to let the rest of the board know that it's being handled by staff.
Yeah, I think that's my only thing.
Yeah.
I just want to know that they did get a response. And there has been a few where, like, there'll be an email that says, I think, Audrey, you were like, hey, by the way, this is what was communicated to the parent. And that's helpful. I'm like, okay, well, finally got
yeah.
It hasn't happened on many. I just think if we can make that a common practice of if there's an email that goes out, that we can at least get a heads up, hey, they did get a response.
Yeah, I agree. I like that. Yeah, close the loop either way, right? Like,
generally seems to be the practice, but it could be a clearer norm that all board members should be copied on response. The board is so the board members know what's going out in their name and on behalf of the board. I think 99% of the time that happens.
Yeah. I do think when staff replies, they're not replying on behalf of the board, they're replying on behalf of their department or their job or whatever. So I don't know if they're speaking for us as much as they are addressing the problem at the departmental or building level. That's what you're saying, though. Yeah.
I mean, most of the time,
yeah.
When the board gets an email to the chair, in my experience, when you have been the chair, they've said, you know, we appreciate your email. We're going to hand you off to this person who knows what.
Yeah, that's right.
Usually.
Yeah. I'm sure Katie would do it entirely different her way. it'll be a very good way, I'm sure.
She did bring this up, not to speak to her, but she brought this up as a priority for her to do, to close the loop so that folks know where an email chain resolved. So we can bring this back to
like in your one-on-ones or whatever.
Yeah.
So I guess just, reminder, reply all, great in private sector where we all make most of our life, but in the public sector, you can accidentally make serial meetings. So just reminder, careful with the reply all. Texts from Travis or Rose to all the board members, minimal replies on there is probably the best we get. These are things y'all know, just repeating them with the green light on to make sure it's been said once a year or so. Anything else? All right. Next. Oh, that's where I was headed. I was going to preview the next thing.
We already covered it.
Yeah. It's also a plus. Because you can hear us speak and that it's being recorded. Okay. Hillsboro School Board is back in session after a technological recess. I know it's in the process of, everybody knows this, but just reminding, every employee of the district is Travis's employee. They're not our employees. The board has one employee, that's the superintendent. So whenever we are communicating with one of the superintendent's employees, we should ensure that he is copied on that communication. So I'm not saying you got to copy him in on every text with somebody when you're like, can you pick me up at whatever? But, but when we're sending an email, we're trying to find where we are at the parade. I think you could just test Beth and ask her. Where is it? It's usually right outside my backyard. But yeah, just a reminder, when we are communicating with staff, cabinet, principals, administrators, teachers, that they are employees of the superintendent, not our employees. And for those of us who are parents, right, like always tried to, I always have to speak for anybody else, but I always tried to I had to have you're the best advocate your child's ever going to have. Remember, he was Lena's dad, not as a school board member. They're never going to be able to forget that I'm a school board member, but also do the best I can.
My husband to step in. I'm like,
They never.
I'd like to get up. Ask me about my son's meeting with vice principal. Yeah. Anything else, Travis, on the superintendent board application?
Good. If there's ever an improvement, just make the suggestion directly to Rose and me. Thank you.
Cool. Rose, anything?
No, I think it feels very obvious when we're not included on something. So that communication is always
Oh, right. It can be troublesome emotionally and physically when you find out, oh, I wasn't copied on. I don't know anything about that. So it makes you nervous and scared. All right. Board meeting planning is our next agenda item, which is why we have the giant sheet. It's just fold up, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's Beth and Rose. I don't have to talk about it, but yeah, that's where we talk about the here. Yeah, you guys go ahead.
I think the reason I was added on this
Because the bond?
is we didn't have a topic area called superintendent committees, but because we have really backed up in line for talking about legislative priorities earlier and earlier, and I think there is a value around at least having a sense of where we're headed by probably the end of September. I wanted to just bring that up to the board and see if anybody had an interest in collaborating with me, probably getting together 2 or 3 times in the next 3 to 4 weeks maybe to discuss this. And it's really going to be not so much in the past, it's been a little bit more of a combo between what are some of the broad themes, but what are some very Hillsboro School District centric type priorities that we might want to advance. I think it's going to be more about kind of learning where the collective conversation is. Travis is so plugged in with regional and statewide superintendents and, the COSA group and Northwest Regional ESP, just around how do we coalesce around some common themes so that we can actually move the conversation with the legislature in the midst of sessions that are overrun with thousands of bills in the long session and hundreds in the short sessions, and how do we actually get through the noise and actually make some progress? And what that takes is as unified a message as we can get. So I think some learning around that, and then some common agreement around how we fit into that puzzle around legislative advocacy, so that as we head into the fall and the run up to the long session, we can start having some of those common talking points. So
I think it was event night 2 years ago, right? Was that 2 years ago, maybe?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
It was good. Those were good conversations. I highly recommend. So if you're got extra minutes in your day and you want to chat with Beth and another board member, I think it's a good use of your time.
I'm close to the heart, so I'd like.
So as you can see, this is the document for the year. The top part, on the on 25-26. So we're looking to fill that the year. That will fill up quickly. At the bottom, we have room for agenda item ideas. So this is your time to fill out some ideas if you have. Last year, we had a commitment to have the time they needed to have those conversations, and we did our best. You did your best. And we're going to continue that effort again this year. So I think that there will be, as you can see, just like last year. But please throw out your ideas and let me know what you have. And throughout the year, obviously, we'll take ideas as well.
Anyone have topics I'd like to see covered?
Off the top, I'd like to go back to where Kristen started this morning, and I don't know where we're going to have that conversation, but we ought to have a conversation about how we're going to keep ourselves accountable and some type of performance cycle for us. I'm just, we need to talk about it, just don't know when.
It could be September. She's gonna take, I think the action item was she's gonna try to consolidate our feedback into two goal statements.
So that's already on the agenda.
I think it's on here, but I think we sort of talked about it enough that I think Rose is going to put it on there. This was made before we had our conversation with Kristen. So I think it's the work session in September. We'll get the drafts of those and maybe we talk through, and then anything needs to be changed or finalized at the regular session in. Do we adopt them like with a vote?
Yeah, so you can see last year in this work session, you discuss board goals, and then you move on, and on the regular session, we adopt the board goals.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
That'd be second meeting.
If we think of anything, that's the first thing that I thought of.
I always love hearing from our staff. The opportunity to come and share has been really great, and I'd love to see the same with maybe our students and our staff in some way. And I was thinking we do have a lot of student leadership groups in different schools, so maybe an opportunity, if possible, to hear from our student leaders in this capacity, even like Black Student Union, for example, or any of those groups. And then also, I don't see anything here on T-cell restorative practices, and I think that would be also a good thing to hear about.
Well, what practices?
Restorative practices.
Wait, say it again?
Restorative practices, which was one of our focus areas.
That were,
Yes. I'm sorry. I was like, okay, Nancy, restorative practice, restorative.
Or T-cell.
I've been thinking about, I think I may have mentioned last year that I've always found interesting that in visiting some other schools in our area, some of them have principal of each school periodically throughout the year come in and share what's going on with their school. And I know Travis mentioned he thought that might be too much of an impingement on the time of the principals, but I suppose we take the principals out of it and just say maybe it would be for the board's benefit. There are certain schools we're close to, or we volunteer at, we know more about, but we want to know about all this stuff. It might be nice to do like a little, occasionally like in a nutshell presentation and
a feeder update or something.
About, yeah, like here's this school, here's the top things to know, here's the things they're working on, things they're excited about, innovative programs. So we feel like throughout the year, getting little bite-sized information about specific schools rather than exclusively specific programs. I think that could be something that might be nice to weave in some form. More of a brainstorm at this point, but something along those lines, just so we feel like, okay, this school that I've never gotten to visit yet, and I don't know much that's far away from me, at least now I know a little bit about that little context.
Audrey has set up a calendar. You go ahead. You want to talk about that?
Well, with the calendar, because I wonder if maybe, because I know not everybody can make it to those school visits because they're during the same day. And I totally get that. So I wonder if there's a way we can utilize what we learn on that visit to bring, like, whatever board members get to come with me, maybe we do a presentation together afterwards to just share our learning about that visit.
That'd be awesome.
Because the principals often share, here's what we're working on at school, here's what I'm really proud. That's kind of the general, like, talking points I ask them for is tell the board what you're working on for school. What are you really proud of your school and why you love the community, and what is something you want to know?
That's exactly what I was thinking. If we have to have that, even if we can't make all of them.
Yeah, so I wonder if maybe what we can do is just a little mini presentation, like the following board meeting. That way it's not extra work necessarily in the same way, and we've already gotten that information.
I like that, Audrey. It made me think of like when we went to go see the medically fragile classroom, and there was a lot of things that were said there that I was like, oh, I wish I could have brought that back to
do a little report.
Because there's things that related to the bond, for example, or related to just like presentations, professional development, but never had the opportunity to. So I like that.
That same visit was the one that we did the gardens, right, that they did, and they got the hot sauce that they were making, and yeah, just knowing that about more schools.
Hot sauce season. I want some more of that.
Yeah.
That's the Liberty Sustainable Agriculture Program, yeah.
Liberty.
The tomato plants and pepper plants I bought at Proud to Be HSD Festival are going gangbusters. They are fantastic. Peppers and tomatoes every week. Mr. Carr, I know makes our regular, Mr. Carr is the 7th, 8th grade band instructor at Brown, was at Brown Mill. Makes our spring sessions longer, but I do love the student performance. I don't know how viable it is to have more of those. I do. They were great.
We sent them out. Yeah.
We asked and then nobody replies. Okay.
Mary Kay's like, what?
Let's go Mary Kay, I guess one other thing, were you trying to that topic?
Okay.
Yeah.
I got another one.
The other thing I was thinking, this is something I've been planning to check up with Travis about one of our meetings, but talking about it over lunch with some of the new principals and you, I think other board members might enjoy it as a work topic. The presentation is that the fact that we in Hillsboro have 6th graders in elementary school and all the other major districts, Beavers and Tigers, have 6th graders in middle school. We have them in elementary, they have them in middle school. It might be, I think in my 4 or 5 years on the board, we've never talked about that. And so it might be interesting to hear like what the current state of research is, what we like to do things this way, what we think the other districts are they confused? Is it entirely just a person's personal preference, or is there any?
I just first love is middle school.
Is there any current research on the topic that we can know about?
Yeah, I believe this is a topic, it's a very exciting topic for our community. And also there is a capacity to have moving all of this to our middle schools right now. We actually would not have enough space in our middle schools, but I also know there's feelings around having sixth graders so long for this way. Sometimes results in exciting emails probably to you if we were to approach that conversation. But I'm happy to bring that information to you. But there's kind of a little bit of a twofold there with the capacity component of making that shift and also and how parents and communities. Yeah, but no, that's a great one.
Yeah, the reason I thought it might be interesting to more people is just it seems like over the past year or two, we often talk about, we're talking about things like the calendar, right? Yeah. Like, do we want to synchronize with other districts, or, what is our, whatever there is a big sense of practice, like, for asking, if someone asks me, I know that's why.
In terms of like state-of-the-art updates, it'd be fun. I think y'all would love it, but at some point, if we can find a time during the year, just like those general, what are the best practices? What are we, classroom behavioral disruptions. It's always a topic. You'll hear various parents and people vigorously argue, just take the one bad kid out of the classroom and let the rest of the 25 learn. Why we have an update. So post-COVID, behavioral disruptions are a thing we're all dealing with, and I think hearing what our best practices are, how we're managing it as best we can, would be a lovely update. I would, I know all of y'all, all of cabinet thinks about it very thoughtfully every single day, and so giving us a little bit of enlightenment on how we manage it, and what our best practices are would be great. I know among the thousands of bills, there will be one or two or a dozen trying to impose something on a statewide. So it's good for us as we advocate for some other things, if we're in a room, to be able to say, well, this is how we do it, and it's effective, and it's the best way we can do it. Please don't pass that terrible law. So.
Restorative culture, restorative practices is exactly what.
That was quick. All right.
So we're rocking now.
All right, so we are back in session. Where were we? Oh, let's say pointing.
Thanks for thinking of it.
I think we just need something.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Any more topics? So yeah, I think. Sorry. I think you're right about the timing, but also I think the calendar before session begins is crowded. So it'd be great to have a little bit. If combine the restorative with best practices for behavior, right? If that ends up being in the spring, I think we'd still love to have the conversation about it. So. Other topics you want to be sure to get added, and of course you can add things to the agenda as we go. Bring them up in board discussion time at the end, or let Rose